Today, in the month of July, the year of the Lord 2023, we're having the African Institute for Science, Policy and Innovation Aispi program with a theme, strengthening linkages between knowledge institutions and industry, the role of STI for national development. Holding here today are the African Center of Excellence, OAU ICT-driven knowledge. You permit me and of course, yeah. For today, Professor Victor Adeolua. Just follow. The father to all the students of Obafemi Awolowo University left. He will tell you, I don't want you to fail, but in Tiwona she will die. Sir, and your parents are where they are. If I ask him, is that person? Brother, thank you. Thanks for being a father today. Please appreciate him once again. And of course, we have other principal officers of the university here. Bakare. Sir, please come and sit down here. At least I can give you instruction here. When we get to the office, you can give your own. And of course, there is a man the Lord has made his success. He came to this university. I want to talk of Professor Ilori. Where are you, sir? I can't see you here. Thank you very much. That applause is for me. Now, for somebody above 70 years, let me see how you appreciate him. Daddy, stand up, sir. Face them. Take a bow. Sit down. And show me your friend, and I will tell you the type of person you are. I have my father also in the house. He's a going. In the Bible, we have 1 Timothy, we have 2 Timothy. But today I'm creating 3 Timothy. Professor Timothy Oyebisi. Have you ever seen somebody that will be angry and will be smiling at the same time? That is him. Into say yoda. Kusi wala. Oh, you are laughing. Daddy, God bless you. God bless you. You people have laid good examples for the younger academics coming behind you. And you've told them clearly that these ones are the future of this country. He will tell them, no, I want me. We will correct them. Daddy, thank you again. Please appreciate Professor Oyebisi. Yes. There is a professor here. Just a minute. Sorry for that break in transmission. It was due to power failure. Yes, I would like to appreciate the presence of a man, my director, the director of corporate services. We call him Mighty Locosta. He was a footballer when he was in school, and he has maintained the same stature. He's almost 65 years of age. I'm talking of Mr. Lamidi Sanusi. It's all right. Thank you very much. So that is what I forgot his first name, and I don't want to call him something like that. He's a very good father to me. He normally attends virtually all our programs here, not minding the risk involved, all the way from the ancient city of Akure to this place. He's a lecturer, a father too, Professor Akintoye Lawa. For somebody that came from Futa, clap for him. Daddy, sir, come and sit down here. I forgot the first name. Thank you very much, sir. God will continue to honor you. As you are coming to Ife from Futa and anywhere again, we will not come and look at you in the hospital. Thank you very much. Praise the Lord. Sallu ala nabiyina kareem. We have here a 2-term Dean Faculty of Education. And the DVC will attest to this fact, and Professor Yusuf too, sir. One in Yoruba land, if you are good, you are decent. One man, you are Jegede. Professor Jegede, former chairman, Committee of Deans as well. Come and sit beside Professor Lawa here. No. I would have loved you there, but I don't want you to be tempted to run away. Sorry, sir. I love his stature. He can walk and he won't grow lean. He's a deeper life pastor, but see me, this is deeper life here. This place goes down. But his own is full gospel. Thank you very much, sir. Put your hands together for Professor Jekede. I will be doing this introduction in phases, just like I said. My director, sir, please, I don't like people sitting at the back. The only person that can sit at the back is the orderly. Please stand up. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sit down there. Yes, thank you very much. On this note, just like I said, the introduction will be done in phases. Shall we stand as we appreciate our country, Nigeria? We sing the national anthem, the national prayer, which is the second stanza, and the great anthem in that order. Are you playing or are we singing? Okay, play, please. Guide our leaders right, help our youth to know of an honesty to grow and leading just and true. Grace of the height attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. The great be seated. To the program of today. Please, for those of us who have these programs, I'm going to alter this program according to the dictates of protocol. Just whatever I say here is final. I'm the commander-in-chief of this occasion. On this note, I want to welcome my brother from the Nigerian Tribune, Adeolu Adeyemo. Where are you? Adeolu, please put your hands together. He's in charge of education. He came all the way from Ibadan. The Imalim Falafia, Igbagbos, also from Falafia. And to welcome all of us here is the Director, African Institute for Science, Policy and Innovation, Aispi. Your welcome address. You will be the first to talk here. I thought you would clap for him.
Thank you, sir. The Vice Chancellor, Obafemi University, Ile-Ife, Professor Simeon Bamire, ably represented by the DVC administration, Professor Yomi Daramola, the Vice Chancellor, Ekiti State University of Science and Technology, who doubles as our keynote speaker for today, Professor Victor Adeolua. The Commandant, Nigerian Navy Center of Education and Training Technologies, Ile-Ife. Right, Honorable Lasun Yusuf, former Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives. The DVC academics, represented by Chairman, Committee of Deans, Professor Showande, Principal Officers of the University, the Director General of NASETEM, also represented by Dr. Caleb, Directors of Center for Energy Research and Development, Director of Afrigis, Provost of Colleges and Deans of Faculties, Major General Dayo Olukoju, Directors of Institutes, Units, and Heads of Departments here present, Lead Paper Presenter, Mr. Sheikh Benga Sheson, Captains of Industry, distinguished professors and other invited guests, gentlemen of the press, great IFE students, ladies and gentlemen. I am highly honored to specially welcome you all to the third biennial conference of the African Institute for Science, Policy and Innovation, Aispi, in Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Nigeria. As the conference theme suggests, we are here to discuss the crucial role of science, technology, and innovation, STI, in strengthening the linkages between knowledge institutions and industry for overall national development. Knowledge institutions play a pivotal role in generating innovative ideas, conducting cutting-edge research, and nurturing the next generation of scientists, engineers, and entrepreneurs. However, to maximize their impact, these institutions need strong connections with industry to ensure that their research outcomes translate into tangible products and services that will eventually benefit not only the society, but humanity at large. This conference offers a unique opportunity to address the challenges and opportunities in building effective linkages between knowledge institutions and the industry. We will explore topics such as technology adoption in the industry, in education and among businesses, including innovation ecosystems, entrepreneurship, green technologies, and policy frameworks that facilitate knowledge exchange. Through presentations, discussions, and parallel sessions, we aim to generate actionable strategies for implementation at the national and regional levels. We are privileged to have distinguished keynote speaker, lead paper presenter, and other renowned scholars, industry leaders, policymakers, and young innovators joining us. Their experiences, expertise, and visions for the future will inspire us and foster meaningful exchange of ideas, leading to lasting networks and partnerships. As the acting director of the African Institute for Science, Policy and Innovation, Aispi, I am proud of our efforts to promote evidence-based policymaking, nurture innovation, and drive socio-economic development in Africa. This conference represents a significant milestone in our journey, and we are committed to ensuring that it serves as a catalyst for transformative change in the region. I extend my deepest gratitude to our sponsors, partners, and the organizing community for their unwavering support in making this conference a reality. I also appreciate the valuable contributions of presenters, session chairs, and participants, as your active engagements will enrich the discussions. Let us therefore seize this opportunity to forge stronger bonds, share knowledge, and work towards a future where knowledge institutions and industry collaborate for the betterment of our nations and for the upliftment of the African continent. Wishing you all a fruitful and memorable conference experience. I thank you all. You are welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. Please, just like I said, that the introduction will be done in phases. We have here Professor Arasiola of the Chemical Engineering Department. Where are you, sir? Ma, thank you very much. So the Dean Student Affairs is Aransi. So you are Arasiola. Good. I like the two names. And of course, we have here the Director, University Advancement Office, my sister, Dontan Shagwala Sami. Now, when Right Honorable Lassen Yusuf was coming, he's not here alone, he's accompanied by the former Commissioner, Oshun Internal Revenue Services, Honorable Adekunle Adiola. And we have the PA to Right Honorable Lassen Yusuf, Honorable Neyi Ogunshola. And of course, I have somebody here whose character is pleasantly troublesome. He is the Sanu PRO, Ademola Junaid. Stand up. Face them. Aye, take a bow. Sit down. Now I call on the Dean of the Faculty of Technology, Professor Okoya, to come and address this gathering.
Thank you very much. I'm sure very soon you will introduce yourself so that everybody will know you. Ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the well-established protocol as done by the director, acting director of the Institute. I, on this ground, want to sincerely appreciate all the dignitaries on the high table. Thank you for coming to this very important meeting. And I also want to appreciate all of you eminent personnel and persons on the other divide who could actually be here, but for lack of space. So I appreciate you all for coming to this third biennial conference of the African Institute for Science, Policy, and Innovation. We will all agree with me that Aispi is very pivotal to the vehicle of technology. And that is why that institute is in that faculty. It's a nexus, is the link, is the connection between what we do in the knowledge industry and how we can actually wield this to the industries. And I'm particularly glad today that we do not only have industry personnel as represented on this side of the table, we also have people from the politics, we have people from government, we have people from all walks of life, so that we can see in this conference how we can actually interrelate and bring to fore what this country needs to move away from the current situation that we are in. I'm also glad that it's not only those who are actively involved in science and policy making that are here. We also have the future of technology, which is well represented by the students wearing their uniform. I want you to please help me appreciate them for coming. Those are the greater tomorrow. If you look at an assembly and you see people 50 years and above, and you don't see anybody below, we can be sure that establishment is on its way out. But we can be sure that this institute has a future by having this crop of persons present today. Now, this conference is directly actually talking about what Aispi should be doing and what Aispi is doing. As the Dean Faculty of Technology, I want to reawaken our minds to the knowledge industry that we have. In the faculty, we have 8 departments. And very soon, we're going to break into 2 faculties. We have the Department of Agricultural and Environmental Engineering. There are a lot of researches ongoing there. There are a lot of innovation ongoing there. But as it had been in the past, these discoveries, these efforts of the researchers had always been in the shelf. Somebody needs to wheel it out. They are not trained to be PROs, like my brother who introduced us here. They are not trained to be business persons. So they have the knowledge, but the knowledge may just perish there. And that is why it is often said that the richest place in the world is the graveyard. We see professors produce, we have inaugural lectures. One of the inaugural lectures I've ever loved is the one that says, food for thought, but there's no food on the table. You know, you have a lot of food for thought, but there's no food on the table. No, somebody come up and give very intelligent presentation, but there is nothing to show for it. Somebody talk about power, but there's no power. So Aispi has very significant role in making sure that we actualize what we practice in this faculty. We have the Department of Chemical Engineering. So when we talk about petrochemical, we talk about fuel, we should not be talking about it. We should be able to, from this university, bring out policies, bring out ideas that can actually stimulate this country for national development. We have the Department of Civil Engineering. And going away from there, we have computer science and engineering. And because that department, computer science and engineering, it's so robust. And we all know that we're in the age of digital science. That department, very soon, as the university pleases, is going to stand alone as a faculty. Drinks, you know, that can go for brewery and then you can bottle them. But many of these researches just end on the table. And we're saying, what can we do differently? Aispi is coming in between and saying, this innovation must not die in the laboratory. This innovation must be taken to the industries. This innovation must be brought to the awareness of government so that they can support. This innovation must come even to people in military. When you are talking about internally displaced persons, how to have food security for them, you are not just keeping aside the knowledge industry, which has a lot to offer. And we have, for your information, Department of Mechanical Engineering. And that department too is also making waves. And recently it gave birth to aerospace engineering. About 10 years ago, the thought was that, and if you go along Elisha, going to Akure, you see this university is so large. This university starts from Oshu, if you know Oshu very well. Our land starts from Oshu and ends at Edoabo. That's large expanse of land. And we're going to create a helipad so that if you want to go to Akure, you don't need to go to Ibadan. But it should not just be a business center. It should also be a place where students can learn and people can interact with the industry. So we thought we should have economic industrial park. And that had been on the table for a while. There is very little people in the knowledge industries could do. They can write all the papers. They can get all the promotions. But what they have battered, what the likes of Professor Matthew Ilori had battered, who is going to ensure that these things come to reality? And that is why I welcome you to this conference. This happens every 2 years. And in this conference, I expect that we will interact, we will collaborate, we will look for the way forward. How can we actually make sure that what is in the knowledge industry, represented by all these departments, both present department and emerging department, we have Department of Material Science and Engineering. Recently, I was somewhere and they were talking about bitumen. I went to NDC and I told them, I'm from one private university, that we want to see how we can extract oil from bitumen from sand in Ondo State, because it's plenty there. And they were excited. The only thing that shut down that program was, they said, from which university? When I mentioned the name of the university, they were like, we don't know that university. Then I quickly, because I was there on sabbatical, then I said, I'm also from IFA. I said, yes, now you are talking. Business, I've forgotten what the way was described. We'll be able to help us look at all these things. And then maybe after the opening ceremony, we can then gather together. We can brainstorm. We can look at how can we give value to all that have been done here. OAU is rich. OAU has a lot of resources. And for me, I think at the end of this conference, Faculty of Technology will become one of the richest faculty in the on this campus, even in the nation. We should be able to generate what the whole of Osun State needs. Whatever, be it food, be it materials, we should be able to generate from here. And Aispi, I want to thank you for putting this conference together and making sure that it doesn't fail every 2 years. It doesn't matter how small it may look like now. We should not despise the day of small beginning. I look at a future when Aispi, in its right form, will be doling out a lot of innovation, will be creating a lot of patents, will be attracting a lot of grants, will be interfacing with government, will be interfacing with the populace, will go all over the place. It's not a resting place. I've been saying, we may be thinking, well, let us teach. But I think there's a lot more than teaching. People have been doing teachings before you came, and people will continue to do teachings. But people are not, the teachings are not being actualized. I welcome you all to this conference, and the Faculty of Technology is very large. Please visit our Innovation Hub, visit the zoo, visit the museum before you go. If for the first time in OAU, or you've been there more than 2 years ago, you have a lot of things to see. And if you are not too comfortable about how to move around, please let me know. I will fly you around, whether in drone or in car. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Yes, we can do much better for the dean of the faculty. Actually, that was a good advertisement for Aispi and for the Faculty of Technology. It was saying some things about handset. Do that quickly and give one to me so that I will sell you. Then 2, fortunately the DVC admin is here, standing for the Vice Chancellor. I've said it before, let me say it again so that they will know it. The faculty can do what we call press tour of facilities. And I told the director of Aispi, they don't have money. I said, what you want to do should attract the press. And the press can just cover a program, and on their own, they do a follow-up. They do a follow-up, and you know, the first one will cost you money, the other ones will not cost you anything. They want to come and see how you say these things are done. The first one is news item. The second one can be feature, if it is print media. But if it is broadcast, they can do a facility, you know, exploration, and that you begin to see people. I welcome Kamala Adewara, stand for recognition. That is our engineer in charge of the ACR. Stand up properly. Kamala Adewara, stand up properly. Let them see you. Thank you very much. He's a workaholic here, and I like him. He's straightforward and very handsome, but he's married. Yes, I want to welcome, I'm sorry I didn't see you before. I've just told you around here, the Deputy Provost, Postgraduate College, Professor Sakagbet. I must say, where are you, my brother? And when you be putting on shirts without tie. Oh yeah, come and sit down here. Oh yeah, please come and sit down here. Please put your hands together for him. Yes, sit behind a very senior colleague, a very senior academic head all the way from Futa. Yes, I have been told that we have here the former dean of the Faculty of Tech. I think she should be the first woman as the dean of that faculty. The only woman thus far. Auntie Kehinde Taiwo. Professor Kehinde Taiwo, where are you? As they are clapping for you, come forward. Come forward, come forward. Auntie, come forward here. Ageless. I've always heard of Taiwo Kehinde, but our own Kehinde Taiwo. Auntie, Emma, bye-bye. Come and sit down. So that the DVC will be looking at you. She's from Ijebu. And I asked her, Auntie, what is the meaning of Owo Ijebu gan? When you can't find Owo Ijebu. It's part of research, Professor Koya. That is another research. The director of IFEDS, that is the director of entrepreneurship of our university, Isaac Aberejo. Professor, where are you, sir? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Yes, the chairperson of Aispi is here, Professor Bola Babalola, the DVC academic. It will be represented by the chairman committee of deans, Professor Dayo Showande. Let me see your reactions to that. My registrar, sir. Well done, sir.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, distinguished members of the I table, distinguished personalities here present, please permit me to stand on the already well-established protocol. I read to you the address by the chairperson of the board of ISP. Distinguished guests, esteemed participants, it is my absolute delight to welcome you all to the third Aispi Biennial Conference hosted by the Obafemi Awolowo University. Our esteemed institution is privileged to host this significant event, which centers around the theme of strengthening linkages between knowledge institutions and industries, the role of science, technology, and innovation for national development. As we gather here today, we embark on a transformative journey aimed at fostering collaboration and innovation between academia and industry. The theme of this conference resonates deeply with our shared commitment to advancing our nation's progress through the power of science, technology, and innovation. Together, we recognize the importance of synergy among key stakeholders in Nigeria's pursuit of national development. At Obafemi Awolowo University, we firmly believe in the power of knowledge and its application to real-world challenges. Our institution has long been at the forefront of cutting-edge research, academic excellence, and the pursuit of societal impact. We understand that true progress is achieved when research output transcends the confines of laboratories and lecture halls, creating tangible solutions that propel our nation's growth. To accomplish this, we must embrace a spirit of collaboration and partnership. It is through the collective effort of academia, industry, and government that we can unlock the full potential of our scientific discoveries and technological advancement. By fostering meaningful collaboration, we create an ecosystem that nurtures innovation, accelerates the transfer of knowledge, and stimulates economic growth. The importance of this collaborative approach cannot be overstated. Through a seamless integration of academia and industry, we can bridge the gap between theory and practice, channeling our research outputs towards market-driven solutions. It is within this dynamic environment that our collective effort will yield transformative results, empowering Nigeria to become a global hub for innovation and sustainable development. Moreover, as we embark on this journey, we recognize the critical role of government in creating an enabling environment for science, technology, and innovation to thrive. We applaud the efforts of our governmental partners in implementing policies and initiatives that promote research, development, and the seamless integration of academia and industry. By fostering a supportive ecosystem, we empower our researchers, entrepreneurs, and innovators to take pragmatic steps towards translating their ideas into impactful solutions. The challenges facing our nations today requires innovative solutions that go beyond traditional approaches. We must leverage the power of science, technology, and innovation to address societal needs, drive economic growth, and uplift our communities. It is through collaboration between knowledge institutions and industry that we can harness the collective intelligence, expertise, and resources needed to tackle these challenges head-on. The benefits of strengthening linkages between knowledge institutions and industries are numerous. It enables the translation of research findings into practical applications, accelerates technology transfer, and facilitates the commercialization of innovations. By bridging this gap, we not only foster economic growth, but also create opportunities for job creation, entrepreneurship, and sustainable development. To achieve these goals, we must foster a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship within our academic institution. We need to provide our students with the necessary skills, resources, and support systems to become the next generation of innovators and change makers. By integrating entrepreneurial education, incubation centers, and industry mentorship program into our academic curricula, we can nurture a generation of graduates who are equipped to drive innovation and contribute meaningfully to the growth of our nation. Furthermore, it is essential to establish mechanisms that facilitates effective knowledge exchange and collaboration between academia and the industry. This includes fostering strong industry partnerships, establishing technology transfer offices, and incentivizing industry engagement in research and development activities. By creating platforms for dialogue, sharing of best practices, and joint problem solving, we can create a vibrant ecosystem where knowledge flows freely between academia and industries, leading to mutually beneficial outcomes. The role of science, technology, and innovation in national development goes beyond economic growth. It also encompasses addressing social challenges, promoting sustainable practices, and enhancing the overall quality of life of our citizens. By harnessing the power of innovation, we can find innovative solutions to healthcare challenges, environmental degradation, energy security, and other pressing issues. As we gather here today, let us take a moment to reflect on the immense potential that lies within our grasp. The third AISP Biennial Conference provides us with a unique opportunity to exchange ideas, share experience, and chart a path forward. It is a platform for collaboration, inspiration, and the cultivation of innovative thinking. Together, we can redefine the trajectory of our nation and contribute to a better and brighter future. In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers, participants, sponsors, and all those involved in making this conference a reality. Your dedication, passion, and commitment to advancing science, technology, and innovation are commendable. Let us make the most of this gathering, engage in meaningful discussion, forge new partnerships, and live here inspired to take pragmatic steps towards a future defined by progress, prosperity, and sustainable development. Thank you, and I wish you all a highly successful and impactful conference.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to appreciate the presence of a distinguished Nigerian, a personality of note, a man whose duty has made him to traverse the continent of the world, particularly in the aspect of warfare. He went into the army alive, and the Lord has been so gracious unto him. He he retired alive. In fact, he retired as a Major General in the Nigerian Army. He is one of the awardees of today. Permit me to recognize Major General J.T. Olukojo, retired, and please come to their table, sir. I was thinking when Major General got to the high table, he would do like this. But no wahala, sir. Please, the orderly, please come. Come and be by the side here. I don't want to flout military protocol. There is a seat there. I see that. You are a real military man. He cleverly drew that chair away from the DVC at me, so that he will sit directly behind his boss. Put your hands together for this youngster. So that he won't sit behind the DVC. He cleverly draw the chair. No wahala. No wahala. I like that. As you are serving Major General Lukolu, they will serve you as well. And of course, Proprietress Golden Grain International School, Akure, who accompanied the Major General here, Mrs. Shola Omonusi. Am I right? I don't like the way we clap for women. Thank you very much. I have here a retired staff of National Population Commission, Alhaji Alimi Dauda. Where are you, sir? Akule Yatulosa. Emi asokwe. Selu ala nabiyina kareem. And I have, before I call on the Vice Chancellor, I want to entertain Gole messages. And the first person I would like to call is President of Phone, Professor Kende Taiwan, to come forward here. Just 2 minutes. I know if I call you, you auntie me, Kosiwala.
Power of the mic is very good. Biodu is using that. I want to stand on the existing protocols, and I'm happy that this is holding. I've been a part of Aispi for years. I was the member of staff for some time, then I relocated to a different department, but I've kept abreast with the activities. I want to congratulate them. The topic is very apt, and I'm hoping that it will lead to substantive results for the Institute and the university at large. We want to thank the principal officers that have honored the invitation. And our special guests, we are grateful that you turned up. We are really excited about this, and we believe that it's just the beginning of greater things to come. My 2 minutes is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please, because of our time, because the university is expecting some ambassadors who will be here any moment from now, and the Vice Chancellor is not around now, but the DVC has been saddled with that responsibility. So in the morning, we had a meeting. He chaired that meeting. Today again, and now he's here, and in the next 23 minutes, he will be chairing another meeting. I hope I won't drop this microphone in between and go and follow him. Now, let's be attentive now, particularly those of you who are members of staff here and you have received your salary. Please put your hands together as I call on Professor Yomida Ramola, representative of the Vice Chancellor, to address this gathering. You can do much better.
Well, thank you, the PRO of the university. You have not introduced yourself, as somebody mentioned earlier on. I want to sincerely appreciate everybody for being here today, this morning, especially those who came very early for this program. I have the unction of the Vice Chancellor to represent him here. So I'm standing here to represent the Vice Chancellor of this great university, the 12th substantive Vice Chancellor, Professor Adebayo Simeon Bamire, who is unavoidably absent this morning. He has asked me to lead the team of his administration to this conference. So I really welcome all of you. I want to especially recognize, I'm not going to jump protocol. I'm not going to stand by protocol. I'm going to express my own protocol because it's very necessary. So let me quickly recognize Right Honorable Lasson Yusuf for his presence. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you very much for being here. And of course, our Vice Chancellor from the University of Education, Ikere Ekiti, Professor Victor Adeoluwa, who is also the keynote speaker for this conference. Prof, you are welcome, sir. You see, every Yoruba name is a complete sentence. You see, some people will just shorten their own name. He said Professor Adeolu, or he said Professor Adeoluwa. Every Yoruba name is a complete sentence. There is a sentence in every Yoruba name if you complete it. Like Professor, so our own last one is Olasunkanmi. It's a sentence, a complete sentence. Prof, you are welcome, Professor Victor Adeoluwa. A round of applause for him. And of course, I want to quickly recognize our awardee of today, retired but not tired. The PRO just said he's still looking, there's no way you go to the training until you die. You still be looking strong. Retired Major General Olukoju, you are welcome in our midst. And thank you for coming. Somebody said I should not leave until you come. And I promise that's somebody. And thank God that you are around here because I'll be able to leave. Actually, the university is hosting so many people or many teams today. We just met, like the PRO said, we just met with the team from a TED Fund this morning. Now I'm here. In another few minutes, we're going to receive the French ambassador in this university today, and he's going to be with us till tomorrow. All this going on at the same time with so many meetings and all the rest. So you're welcome, sir, Major General. Let me quickly also recognize the presence of the lead paper presenter. Sir, somebody wanted to carry your bag. You said no. I know why. Because the bag is saddled or is filled with dollars. Don't worry. Professor Koya will help you carry it. So, Mr. Benga Sheson, you see now, that one, the two are shortened. Oluwagbe Mega. What is Sheson? Is that this Sheson, Oba Sheson or something? She doesn't even know. A round of applause for our lead speaker, please. So thank you very much for coming. Then I go to the team of management that we're here together. Let me quickly recognize the presence of our able registrar, Mr. K.A. Bakari. Am I correct? The initials. Okay, a round of applause for our registrar, please. Then our librarian, Dr. Femi Oguntuashe. You're welcome. Thank you for being there for us. The DVC Academy, heavily represented by the chairman committee of deans. So you stand up for DVC Academy, then you stand up for yourself. You have two legs, one for the DVC Academy and one for yourself. A round of applause for the chairman committee of deans. Thank you very much. Then I want to recognize the provost and deputy provost here. We have the provost PG College here, ably represented by the deputy provost. You are welcome, sir. A round of applause for him. The provost College of Health Sciences too, I think is represented here. I want to also recognize the presence of the Dean of Tech. You know, he has made my job here this morning very simple. He has spoken about what the Vice Chancellors should speak of, though our scripts are different, but he has spoken of everything. I'm just going to summarize whatever you have said, then I'll leave this stage. So, Professor Femi Koya, again, Koya is not shorting there, but Femi is shorting. Is it Adefemi or Obafemi? Olufemi. Please, I represent the culture of the motto of this university for learning and culture. Whenever you want to tell us your name, Femi Koya is shortened. It makes us to lose the importance of those names very shortly. So please, that's Professor Olufemi Koya, the Dean of Tech. A round of applause for him. Aitimi, she calls me Borame and I call her Aitimi. That's KT, Kendi Taiwo. You're recognized. Well recognized. Prof from Akure, I really recognize a complete gentleman. You know, you're easy going. It's your own. A round of applause for Prof, please. I can see Professor Ilori here. I'm a father here. I recognize all of you, sirs. The former directors of Aispi and all other directors here. You are well recognized. Let me also recognize the HOD, all the HODs here. You are well recognized. The director of ISP, you are recognized. Our great students, we are here because you are here. Great students, yes. You are well recognized. I want to also quickly recognize all our professors, HODs, lecturers here, and non-academic staff present, all the staff of the Faculty of Technologies. You are well recognized. Gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, you are recognized. I think I have covered the protocol as much as possible. I have the address of the Vice Chancellor, but I'm not going to read everything there about the 3-page document. I'm only going to say that we're talking about science, technology, and innovation. We have talked about science. We have realized technology, but we are still yet to realize innovations. We are still not there to inject innovations into what we have discovered. About two or 3 or 4 weeks ago, this university sent a representation, powerful one, to University of University of Uganda. We were there taking technology from this part of the world to the eastern part of Africa to go and show them and teach them and train them on cybersecurity from IFE. It's something, that's technology. We're talking about technology. But what about the innovation aspect of it? What is going to bring food to our table? Where you have food for thought, well, you have the thought where there's no food. So what is going to bring the food? That's what this conference is all about. And that's what the Vice Chancellor is saying in his paper, that we have to inject innovations into our science and technology. And that's why ISP is very important, it's crucial at this point to really drive this innovation that we are talking about, at least for Obafemi Awolowo University and for the universities around this place. ISP is well positioned to do that. and they already have support of the university, and they are still getting more support from the university to drive the innovation we are talking about. Somebody said we are already making phones there. Yes, but we have not done it. I like to also remind them, you didn't mention that, Prof, the Dean Tech, that during COVID-19, we also made some, apart from the nose masks, there are some other things that we did during COVID-19. So these are innovations that we need to really drive in the university, and Aispi is properly placed to do that for the university and for the community. So universities in present days have fine-tuned their research activities, and that's very important too. The Vice Chancellor said, there is no research, as I mentioned in the meeting we had this morning, there is no research without focus. The focus of every research is to solve problems. And if you cannot solve problems with what we have discovered through our researches in science and technology, we cannot solve the problems that is facing the country, facing our people. We are yet to be there. I must confess to you. And that's why we have erudite scholars, lead speaker, keynote speaker that will address this issue this morning to the benefit of all the participants and the university. So our research or researches must be focused. After having a focused research, we must also bring out the gem of that research must be injected with innovations, new things that will bring life to our researches, not carrying out a research and putting our results in the shelves. So we must move from sharing our results to bringing innovation to them so that it can be alive. So for this purpose, Aispi was established as a vantage position of the Center of Excellence in the marketing and management of technology for sustainable development. Also, it was instituted for building what is called here research capacity, capability, and advisory capacity. These are the things that we gain from Aispi. This is the third biennial conference they'll be holding, and we have seen some of the results. But we're only saying that these results are not enough. We need to get more. We need to do more. If you need anything, if Aispi need anything from the university, let us know. Let the management know. The management will be ready to support you. But what we're saying is that you are at the vantage position to really drive the innovation that is needed in the Faculty of Technology. The efforts of all our researchers, professors here, should not just be left on the table like that. So the specific objectives of the institutes include developing human resource needs of Nigeria and other African countries in the area of science, policy, technology, and innovation management. The second one is the center, the Aispi is established to conduct research relevant to policy formulation for solving a variety of problems associated with the role of science, technology, and innovations in the social economic development of Nigeria and the African region. Developing, that's the third one, develop training and other educational programs to encourage the effective application of science and technology for solving a variety of national and regional problems, like I've mentioned. So these are the mandates of the center, Aispi. These are the mandates for that unit, and it has to live. By this mandate and work towards making sure that these mandates are realizable in that center. So that is why this conference is important. That is why we have to thank the organizers of this conference. That is why we have to thank the leadership of that place. That is why we have to also appreciate the leadership of the Faculty of Technology for organizing this kind of conference, which is timely. Technology all over, technology everywhere, but results that we are getting is not commensurate with the level of technology that we have claimed that we have achieved. Fortunately for us, Obafemi Awolowo University is one of the forward-looking universities in terms of technology. Is the best technology-driven university in Nigeria, and we pride ourselves in 3 A's and 1 T. The first A is aesthetics. The first A is academics. The second A is agriculture, and the third A is aesthetic. The last T is technology. And you can find out from all over the university in Nigeria, no university has the 4. It's only Oba Awon University. So on that note, I want to welcome you once again. The Vice Chancellor has asked me to welcome you, and I'm welcoming you. Thank you for this conference. I thank the organizer, Dr. Mrs. Margaret O. Jegede. Madam, please stand up for recognition. Madam Jegede, thank you for what you have done, what you are doing. I identify the university, the management identify with your success on this conference. We also thank the Aispi director. Please stand up for recognition. Round of applause for him. Very easy going. If you put 2 breads, hardly will he eat half of it. It's very easy. He can't eat too much. Thank you very much for doing this on behalf of your university. You know, everybody, all hands must be on deck to really move this university forward. And you are doing your best, and we identify with that best. God bless you. And on that note, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Adebayo Simeon Bamire, I declare this conference open. Thank you very much.
We can do much better than that. Shegun Larewaju, wait there. I will join you soon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please, I have to suspend the golden messages for now. We go straight to the keynote address. And of course, who is this keynote speaker? The only thing we know about him, or we pretend to know about him, is that he's the Vice Chancellor of Bamidele Olumina University of Education, Science and Technology in Ikere Ekiti. He's been here since, and we want to know more about him. He's going to present on science, technology and innovation imperatives, the nexus between knowledge, institutions, and industries for national development. To read the citation of this enigma, I call on yet another professor, distinguished in our own right, Professor Elizabeth Aranciola. Please come forward.
Standing on existing protocol, may I humbly ask Professor Victor Adeoluwa to stand. Citation of Professor Olufemi Victor Adeoluwa. Professor Olufemi Victor Adeoluwa, a professor of educational technology, was born on 5th March 1965. He is a native of Ado-Ekiti. He had bachelor's in history education, master's in education technology, a postgraduate diploma in advertising, and PhD in curriculum and instruction. He started his lecturing career at the College of Education in Ikere Ekiti in 1989 and joined Ekiti State University, formerly called Ondo State University, in 1990. He rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2009. and delivered his inaugural lecture titled Learning Problems and the Technology of Education on the 5th of March, 2013. Professor Victor Adeoluwa has 75 publications to his credit. And he had presented keynote addresses, an annual lecture, and 4 lead papers at academic conferences. He was also a 2-time guest lecturer at the World Teachers' Day celebration in Ekiti State. He has successfully supervised 20 PhD students and 22 master's candidates in the field of education and technology, curriculum and instruction and social studies. He is also the external moderator and examiner to 7 colleges of education and 12 universities, including the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa, for the moderation of bachelor's degree examinations, MED, MPhil, and PhD examinations, as well as assessment of publication for staff promotion cases. In the university system, Professor Victor Adeoluwa had been a member of more than 90 boards and committees, 45 of which he was the chairman. He was head of the department 3 times. What a great one. Assistant Director of Sandwich Program, and also Subdean of the Faculty of Education. He was appointed the Deputy Vice Chancellor, that's the development one, in 2014. And he held that position for 2 years, during which he acted as Vice Chancellor of the University between September 14th and 29, 2015. As a personal social responsibility project, he planted 150 stalks of Step 3 to create a resource arena on Ekiti State University campus, and he has replicated the same gesture on Bamidele Olumiloro University of Education, Science and Technology Ikere Ekiti campus. He was also, in 2017, a visiting professor at Adekunle Ajayi University, Akungba Akoko, where he led the Department of Vocational and Technical Education to attain full accreditation of his program. Professor Adeoluwa has visited Zambia, Ghana, UAE, that's United Arab Emirates, and the United Kingdom. He has received several commendations and awards from bodies within and outside the university. He had also been a member of the Governing Council, representing congregation of Ekiti State University, Ado Ekiti. He was appointed Provost of the College of Education, Ikere Ekiti, in September 2019, a position he held until he became the Vice Chancellor of Bamidele Olumiloro University of Education, Science and Technology, Ikere Ekiti, on 6 January 2021. He is happily married to Bola Adeoluwa and has 3 sons. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome this erudite scholar, Professor Victor Adeoluwa, for his keynote address.
Yes, thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the Vice Chancellor. We want to quickly do something before the Vice Chancellor, ably represented here, leaves for the ambassadorial assignment. We have 2 awardees here. And the first person that I will call, not in any order particular, is a retired Major General. Stand up, sir. Adjust your agbada. Come here, sir. Oh, so thank you. Easy. So the only person that can give instruction to a Major General is the Lieutenant General. So I'm a Lieutenant General now. And please bring that this way. Professor Kendita will please come and put the gallants on him. And the Vice Chancellor representative, please come forward to present the plaque here. Oh, sorry. The citation here. Major General. Kamiariwara, where are you? Okay, please come forward. Yes. Sorry. The Major General has to bend down because of the height of my sister. Put your hands together for her. They are almost of the same height.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby present the citation of Major General Clement Temidayo Olukoju, retired. PSC, FDC, BSc, MILD, MTech, MPA, IPM UK, IEC UK, and the list goes on. General Clement Temidayo Olukoju, retired, was born in Ajowa Akoko, Northwest Local Government Area of Ondo State. He had his secondary school education at Ajowa Community Secondary School, where he obtained his WASC in 1981. He thereafter had his HSC from the Federal School of Arts and Science, Suleja, in 1983. He joined the Nigerian Defense Academy on the 19th January 1984 and was commissioned into the Nigerian Army Signals Corps as a second lieutenant on the 20th December 1986. Courses attended. General Olukoju, retired, has had a very illustrious military career, having attended several courses. The military courses include Young Officers Course Signal, Young Officers Course Infantry, Pre-University Course, Junior Staff Course, Communication Management Course, Computer Maintenance Course, Signal Postgraduate Course, VSAT Installation and Maintenance, and the National Defense College. Not satisfied, General Olukoju, retired, went ahead to pursue academic and civilian professional courses and qualification. Starting in 1992, he obtained a diploma in telecommunication engineering from Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. He obtained a Bachelor of Electronic and Electrical Engineering from the same university, Obafemi Awolowo University. He has a Master's in International Law and Diplomacy from the University of Lagos. He has an MTech in Information Technology from the Federal University of Technology, Akure, 2001. His thirst for knowledge has also led him outside the field of technology. He has a certificate in International and Regional Conflict Management and Crisis Prevention from Berlin, Germany, in 2004. He has a Master of Arts in Peace and Conflict Resolution from the European Peace University, Austria. He has a Master's in Public Administration from the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and again, a Master's in Strategic Studies from the University of Ibadan, 2011. You will agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that indeed, General Clement Temidayo Olukoju, retired, is a well-read gentleman. Appointments. In the course of a very illustrious and inspiring military career, General Clement Temidayo Olukoju, retired, has held several key command, staff, and instructor positions in the Nigerian Army from 1992 to 2020. Some of the command positions, because there are many, include the Officer Commanding Radio Squadron, 1992, Commander Division Signal, Kaduna, 2012, Commander Division Signal, Meduguri, 2014, Commander Corps of Signal, 2017, and the Director General, Land Forces Simulation Center, 2019. In the same vein, he has occupied military staff positions, which include Military Assistant, Principal General Staff Officer to the President, Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces, 1998, Military Assistant, Commander Corps Signals, 2002, Military Assistant, Force Commander, UNMIL, 2005, GSO Operations and Training, 54 Division Signal, 2006, Principal General Staff Officer to the CDS, 2015, Director Procurement, Defense Headquarters, 2016. General Olukoju, retired, is passionate about developing capacity, thus accounting for his active role as instructor, chief instructor, directing staff at the 53 Division Signal, Army School Signal, Armed Forces Command and Staff College, respectively. Some of his notable achievements in service are as follows. General Olukoju, retired, participated in the National Defense College Course 19 and his final paper titled Nigeria Space Program and National Security,
Challenges and Prospects won the Brazilian National Award, being the best paper in science and technology. Overall, he was the second best in NDC Course 19. And this, one of the recommendations of the paper led to the establishment of the Defense Space Administration. At the peak of the Boko Haram terrorist onslaught in Kaduna metropolis, he designed a mobile surveillance network and constructed a multimedia vehicle that provided real-time information in the town. This feat earned him the Chief of Army Staff Commendation Award in 2013. Based on his brilliant performance at the 51 Division Signal, he was redeployed to 57 Division Signal in Maiduguri, and this activity, his efforts at this location, resulted in the deployment of an integrated communication network with comprehensive surveillance system, which contributed to the annihilation of the BHT in 2014. He also designed and developed an alert system which showed precise locations of troops in contact or distress, and this also earned him a letter of commendation from the General Officer Commanding. There are so many of these, because of time, I will skip a few. General Clement Olukoju retired, established a military radio manufacturing company located in Lagos, which is the first of its kind in West Africa sub-region at no cost to the Nigerian Army. He also constructed a flag house at no cost to the Nigerian Army. He also facilitated the maiden training of the Nigerian Army at no cost to the Nigerian Army. He also acquired a master sword decision-making software at no cost to the Army at a worth of $1 million. Under his leadership, several simulation training facilities were developed. Post-service, General Olukoju retired, has since retirement from active and distinguished career in military service. It is however obvious that he is not tired. Some of his notable post-service achievements include convening a community development initiative in his hometown, which is saddled with the responsibility of ensuring safety of lives and property in his community. He has also convened a Security and Peace Development Council in his local community, whose focus is the social economic development of the community in a secure environment. This feat has resulted in the reduction of kidnapping and armed robbery in about 44 towns that are attributed to this group. He is also the convener of the Southwest Security Think Tank. This group comprises of retired generals and security consultants and technocrats in various disciplines. The group has impacted positively on the security architecture of Southwest, and as well as rendering professional services in different endeavors. Finally, in terms of post-service, he provided the required comprehensive surveillance coverage for President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's campaign rallies, with a view of ensuring and providing a viewing center at Abuja to monitor all events. A few of his awards as follows. He has a pass in Junior Staff College. He passed the Staff College Plus. He's a Fellow of Defense College. He has the Minister of Defense Award. He has the Best Paper Written in Science and Technology Award. He has the Chief of Army Staff Commendation Award. He has the Corps Medal of Honor Award, International Program Professional Managers Award, Award of Excellence presented by Ondo State Government, Award of Proven Character and Integrity presented by Akoko sons and daughters in Ondo State Local Government Service. Finally, he is a member of several professional bodies, amongst which are Nigerian Society of Engineers, Transcend International, United Kingdom International Professional Managers Association, and the list goes on. He has several academic works, though unpublished, and covering security, space programs, federal government monetization policy, and productivity. On the home front, General Clement Temidayo Olukoju retired, is happily married with children. He enjoys hobbies, researching in human nature, listening to gospel music, reading, golfing, and footballing. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you General Clement Temitayo Olukoju, retired.
Please keep clapping. Keep clapping, please. Keep clapping. Make it much louder. Yes, thank you very much. Coming.
Please, you give that citation to the DVC admin for onward transmission to the Vice Chancellor. Sir, I heard everything. I was seated there. This one, without any financial commitment, free of charge to the Nigerian Army, free of charge to this, free of charge to this. And because you are anomalous here, free of charge to OAU. Unto whom much is given, much is expected. The university appreciates you. Actually, I was looking at, I had virtually removed your agbada and I put military uniform in you. I was imagining how you will be when you are in the army. You will live long, sir. The Vice Chancellor for the presentation. Please, may I request those of us here to remain standing? Please. Yes.
And so, to the award winner, our ingenious retired Major General, the great alumnus of this university, indefatigable alumnus of OAU, who has gone to the military to represent us and represented us very well. I present this award in recognition and appreciation of your efforts in science and technology. The award is coming from your university, from Aispi, from the Faculty of Technology. I wish the Dean Tech would be here. This is your own person now. So, yeah, just come. Don't worry. Yeah. So I present this award on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Adebayo Simeon Bamire, to our illustrious alumnus of this university in recognition of your immense contribution and support toward technology management. This day, 3rd of July, the perfect day, 3rd, the perfect month, 7th, 2023.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hey! Bami yikiri esile. I remember when I was a soldier. You see, it took so many master's degrees, which means if I say Major General Olukoju, the Vice Chancellor of Military Training University, I'm still in order. Because Kame has to shorten that citation. That citation is more or less an inaugural lecture. Put your hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. I had this at no cost to the Nigerian Army. At no cost to the Nigerian Army. I had about 6. In advance, put your hands together for him because at no cost to OAU. And me means so for me, this man that is bulky, handsome, and attractive will do something for Ife. No wahala. Aispi, thank you. Thank you for identifying somebody like this. Honestly, the citation is intimidating. And of course, for a good ambassador of Osun State, who distinguished himself the lower chamber of the National Assembly, I'm talking of Right Honorable Lasun Yusuf. The citation will be read by Dr. Mrs. Titilayo Olakpose. Auntie, please come and put gallants on him.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. I'm glad to present to us the citation of Right Honorable Lasun Yusuf. Right Honorable Lasun Yusuf is a man devoted to social transformation of the masses and the less privileged people of Nigeria through strategic engagements towards poverty eradication. He has demonstrated these traits on several occasions, even while working as a civil servant, but more evidently as a politician. He was born on the 4th of October, 1960, into a very humble family of Alhaji and Alhaja Amuda Yusuf of Woru dynasty in Ilobu, Osun State. His educational journey started at the local authority primary school in Ilobu. He proceeded on his secondary education at Ansarudin Secondary School, Erin, and later moved to Ifan Erin Community High School, Ifan, both in Osun State, from 1973 to 1979. You can clap very well. He secured an admission into the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Osun State. Great. Where he studied mechanical engineering. And earned a Bachelor of Science Honors degree. He is a chartered engineer and holds a master's degree in technology management. Project management option from the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. He started his working career at the Oyo State Water Corporation, Ibadan, Oyo State. He started his, where he worked for 5 years before retiring to private life and politics. Right Honorable Lasun Yusuf is an entrepreneur of repute who has succeeded in transportation, cocoa farming, and hospitality. His venture into politics started in 1999 as the Secretary of the Alliance for Democracy, AD, to becoming the Public Relations Officer of the same party between 1999 to 2002. He eventually contested for and won the seat of House of Representatives, representing Irepodun, Olorunda, Orolu, Oshogbo Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives. Going ahead to become the Vice Chairman of the House Committee on Water Resources between 2011 and 2015. He was re-elected in 2015 by his people and went on to become the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Federal Republic of Nigeria, thereby becoming a Right Honorable in a milestone achievement for 4 years. He was the first Deputy Chairman. He was the first Deputy Chairman of the ECOWAS Parliament and the Chairman of the Committee of a whole in the House of Representatives. He was the Chairman, Presidential Committee on Budget Repairs in 2016. He was also the Chairman of Nigerian Constitution Review Committee of the House of Representatives. He used his revered position to see to the passage of many socio-impacting bills in the House of Representatives. He facilitated the construction of a 40-meter-long bridge on Erinle River in Ilobu. If you know where that is, you will clap more than that. Which had hitherto been abandoned for over 50 years. Furthermore, he brought about the construction of 9 secondary schools, 17 primary schools across his federal constituency. He brought his engineering background into play when he constructed 2 main dams in his constituency. Construction of 46-kilometer spread of solar street lights. Construction of 2 maternity centers. Construction of 3 internet communication technology centers. And the reconstruction of 23-kilometer road network across his constituency. Honorable Lasun Yusuf touched the lives of the masses through empowerment by the provision of work inputs, cash donations, and skills building trainings for over 7,000 people in Osun State. In addition, several trainings and workshops were held on vocational training, agriculture, and self-employment. His philanthropic gestures endear him to the heart of his constituency, thereby earning various chieftaincy titles, such as Ikolaba of Ilobuland, Bashorun Obagun, Agbabaki of Ilare Ijesha, Ajagunla of Ikare Akoko, to mention but a few. Right Honorable Sulaiman Lasukami Yusuf is married to Alaja Omawumi Rashidat Yusuf, and the marriage is blessed with good children. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to present for the award Right Honorable Lasun Yusuf. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, we can do much better for him. Shall we please stand as I call on the DVC administration on behalf of the university? Sir. Yes, sir. More.
Thank you very much. Please sit down. Let everyone. Onika Joko. Please sit down. Thank you very much. Okay. So Onika move by sir. Thank you very much. That's very interesting.
They are my teachers.
I can see. So on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Adebayo Simeon Bamire, on behalf of the Dean and the Faculty of Technology, on behalf of the Director and Aispi in its entirety, I present this award to you, Right Honorable Engineer Suleiman Lasun Yusuf, in recognition of your immense contribution and support to Aispi Biennial Conference. Today, the 3rd of July, 2023. Congratulations, sir. Sorry, Grace. Sorry, please come. Yes. Thank you very much.
I seek the indulgence of the crowd.
Okay.
To allow Professor Ilori, Professor Yebisa, and Professor Taiwo to take photograph.
No, they are coming. I want to. I will do that now. Now, I want the principal officers that are still present come here. The Dean Tech is there. HOD, sorry, Dean Director Aispi is there. Then the Chairman Committee of Dean, please come. So we take a photograph. Sir, Provost, please come. So everybody, yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Professor Ilori and Professor Yebisi, please come and join them. Professor Taiwo. Sorry, sir. The Vice Chancellor, please, with due respect. Yeah. Emma Bossa, sorry. Are you true? Yes, sir. Sir, Major General, sir. Please don't go yet. Okay. Iya Jebu, Emma, yeah, one photograph to Mutimori. Prof. Now, yes. Let's see. They said the reward of teachers are in heaven. But, yes. Iya Jebu, watch out. Shake us small tabai. That is, sir. Thank you. Now, please don't go yet. The Auntie Ekumbe, Dane Ekurumbe, keynote speaker, Emma Bo, visitor. Hello, sir. Sesson, Abi, am I right? Are you true? Now place the, don't worry, the Vice Chancellor and the two of them. Are you true? Sir, the two of them alone. The two of them alone. Thank you very much, sir. Then I hand over this microphone to yes, thank you. You can hear for me. Then I hand over the microphone to Professor Victor Adeoluwa. That is not how to clap for a Vice Chancellor.
Thank you very much. I just want to remind the moderator that he will need to introduce himself next he comes here. Distinguished Vice Chancellor, ably represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, Chairman Committee of Deans, he has left, the awardees of today, and all members of the high table, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to go in any particular order so that I don't offend people. But let me recognize one constituency in the university system that I cannot but recognize here. Great Nigerian students. Let me first of all say to the Major General that please, I left 2 cards on your table. I'll need your phone number. I have a program in peace and conflict studies. I have another one in criminology and security studies. By the grace of God, we'll be inviting you for a particular lecture on our campus. You have so much to offer. And I want to thank the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker for a lot that you have done, really. I particularly picked the construction of schools, because that capacity development is what we need in this nation. Thank you very much for all that you have done. The title of my address is Science, Technology, and Innovation Imperatives, the nexus between knowledge institutions and industries for national development. The world today has not only become a global village, but its economies have also become knowledge-based. These have been largely due to the exploits made through science, technology, and innovation. Researchers the world over have intensified efforts at investigating how life could be easier, how things could be better done, how the future could be more secure through food security and environmental sustainability, and how the whole world can interact at once, if possible, like in a family house. A lot of such researches have culminated in several products which truly make life easier today. It actually did not just begin. Industrial technology has played a key role between the 18th and 19th centuries in changing society into an industry-driven economy. It has evolved through 3 major stages: the first, the second, and the third industrial technology revolution stages. The first one is the steam engine innovation and engineering. It's also known as the age of mechanical production. The second was characterized by scientific research and mass production. And the third which is gradually winding down, is synonymous with digital revolution. We are currently living in this time now in which research seems to have achieved the unprecedented in the areas like computing, internet, artificial intelligence, robotics, and molecular medicine, to mention but a few. In developing economies like Nigeria, the exploits which could be made through science, technology, and innovation are very germane to the speed required and desired for national development. Such economies still have a lot of challenges involved in providing the means of improving the quality of human life in their domains. These partly have to do with birth and death rates, access to education, a long and healthy life, literacy rates, employment opportunities, gender equality, and decent standard of living, among others. These economies seem to be stabilized and maintained by small and medium-scale enterprises, and innovation in science and technology is key to their development and sustenance. African economies had been largely agrarian until the discovery of minerals depleted that, and now information and communication technology have taken over the market worldwide. With globalization, there is the tendency to shift focus from developing the area of competitive advantage, which is agriculture, and follow the global trend of further developments in ICT. To attend to this challenge, however, the knowledge institutions need not only to keep researching appropriately, but also to connect with the industry so that the synergy may culminate into the production of the means of ensuring national development. Necessity of STI for national development. The development of any nation is dependent on science and technology. Technology is instrumental to the creation of wealth, improvement of the quality of life, and the transformation of society. In agriculture, for example, science and technology have made it possible to have high yields through mechanized farming and biofortification. Mechanized farming also assisted in saving time and saving labor. A lot of equipment are now used in clearing the land, tilling the soil, planting, applying fertilizer, spraying the weed, harvesting, and even storing. Dams are also constructed for irrigation purposes, and this expands the area of land which could be used for cultivation. Moreover, there are so many agricultural equipment used for processing of crops. These include cassava grater, rice threshing machine, palm fruit digester, amongst so many. All these enhance food security, and citizens that are well fed have the tendency to have less health challenges and are thereby likely to be more productive. With the experts of technology in agriculture, poverty is being reduced. Satellites and drones provide essential agronomy information for farmers and thereby improve yields and boost incomes. The imperative of science and technology in tackling poverty was emphasized by Ventura 2019, who regarded them as urgent solutions for poverty alleviation. Developments in information and communication technology have also provided employment opportunities for many, especially in the area of software development and sale of handsets and telephone accessories, as well as operation of business centers. Science and technology are apt to solving water problems. They improve rainwater harvesting, for example, and establish water treatment methods for safety. Thompson 2013 saw the development of technologies for the provision of clean and plentiful supplies of fresh water as a central feature of successful civilizations. Technology also eliminates waste, because the World Bank estimated that some 75 million cubic meters of water are lost daily due to issues like leaks and pipe bursts. IBM as a company, for example, deploys technology to incorporate various sources of information from Internet of Things sensors, supervisory control and data acquisition systems, and visual inspection data, and applies artificial intelligence to detect anomalies in pipes or pumps. Much can be said about the scientific exploits in healthcare. These days, people easily consult the internet for information on whatever ailments they have and the various drugs available to treat them. There are several handy devices to measure blood pressure, blood sugar level, temperature, weight, etc. Beyond this, science and technology have really helped in attending to long-term illnesses, especially which can be cured through early detection and even eradicate the age-long fears of the fatality of some ailments. What more can be said? The impact of science and technology can be felt in education, economic growth, renewable and affordable energy, transportation, space exploration, and environmental management. Going further, as we enter the fourth industrial revolution, expectations are that industrial technology will address indigenous and manufacturing technology, food security, and grassroots development. Indigenous technology is an important aspect of technology for self-reliance that must be thoroughly bred and nurtured for economic growth and advancement of the society. In sub-Saharan Africa, most indigenous technologies are beset with various survival-threatening infrastructural problems, because of which they either fail as startup or are barely surviving. Indigenous technology must be encouraging and incentivized to encourage broader participation. Key areas in which indigenous technology can benefit by leveraging on the upcoming fourth industrial revolution include efficient process control, automation, packaging solutions, and a modern innovative production system. Manufacturing technology as a major subset of industrial technology must be made compliant with the working of the fourth industrial technology. Here, process automation is an important aspect of manufacturing technology in the future. It is now important to reduce human interaction with the manufacturing process to the barest minimum to increase precision and reduce human associated errors. The future is even brighter for manufacturing technology, as the fields of artificial intelligence and robotics have innovative, useful, and groundbreaking applications in manufacturing, medicine, and assembly lines. Food security is a vital area that deserves full attention and dedication from researchers, given that food security in sub-Saharan Africa is specifically plagued with challenges such as biotic agents, global warming, and indifferent attitudes from some government apparatus towards the changing climate. It is therefore even more important to leverage on the potentials of industrial technology in mitigating the effects of these problems. One of such means is to first acquire the salient understanding of how biotic agents that threaten food crops thrive, using the innovative multidisciplinary techniques of the fourth industrial technology, such as advanced molecular methods for pathogen study. In the like manner, application of innovative green technologies will significantly reduce the detrimental impacts of fossil fuel on the environment. Science, technology, and innovation indicators are outputs of science, technology, and innovation processes that are used to assess the level of commitment or engagement in science. It is important to carefully adjudge and document every product, output, or result of innovative scientific procedure. Since innovative science and technology will translate into economic growth and wealth creation if done properly, it is therefore very imperative that these indicators are products of great science and technology. Industrial technology can effectively address STI indicators via robust continuous partnerships between the industries. STI for grassroots development is what we need in Nigeria and in sub-Saharan Africa in general. STI for grassroots development is that transformative idea with potential to automate economic growth and development in the grassroots. Industrial technology guided STI for grassroots development is also a big plus for indigenous technology, as most indigenous technologies that become successful later on upon assessing intervention on aids are typically very brilliant, but local, raw, indigent, and shrouded in poverty. STI for grassroots development will provide an enabling world-class environment obtainable in the fourth industrial technology for innovative research and technology. The most important is the provision of reliable power infrastructure, followed by the establishment of training and technology incubation centers for upcoming scientists or tech startups. From knowledge to products. The ability to generate scientific and technological knowledge and translate it into new products or processes is a key to economic growth and development. Yet this ability to generate knowledge is hinged on research efforts. When truth is known about a phenomenon, the policy is put in place to approach it so as to translate the truth into development that will benefit all. Research is simply a systematic way of answering probing questions, which leads to the discovery of truth. These are done mostly by educational institutions and industries which seek to improve their products and services. However, countries like the United States of America, which are interested in turning research reports into innovation for societal advancement, also spend huge amounts of money on research. The USA does this through its Departments of Defense and Energy and through its National Institutes of Health, among others, and it runs into millions of dollars yearly. Many times researchers bring innovation, though bit by bit, and over a long time. Even if it fails in its objectives, the failure is still an advantage because it shows a direction to avoid and a direction to follow in the next research attempt. It is also pertinent to say that private concerns, and especially industries, also vote funds into research efforts as the improvement of their goods, processes, and services depend upon them. There is therefore the synergy and collaborations among the universities, government, and industries in translating research efforts into innovations. This synergy improves the flow of ideas among the three sectors, and it eventually leads to patenting and licensing university inventions to industry. Stone and Lane 2012 explained that the output from research and development pass through intermediate stakeholders who cause changes in policies, practices, and products, which are implemented by targeted stakeholders to generate outcomes in the short and mid-term. Such outcomes go through knowledge transition process, lead to products, processes, and services which are beneficial to the society. Thus, it could be said that knowledge derived from research leads to innovations and invention. Innovation is about introducing something new through a change in the product or process, while invention is about creating something new. Innovation itself is of different types. These include the development of a new product or service, the development of a new way of doing things, the refinement of existing routines or products, a shift to a new base of knowledge underlying these products in an industry, and diffusion innovation, which is an imitation of a change that was first developed elsewhere. Needless to say that scientists, engineers, and technologists work together to translate research findings into innovations and inventions and leverage on them to create processes and products that are beneficial to the society. That is the more reason that these partnerships and collaboration between knowledge institutions and the industries. The source of institution and industry linkages is the movement of knowledge and educational institutions to industry, which could sometimes be through an intermediary. That is why curriculum design should be a collaboration between the institutions and the industry. The linkages between institutions and industry will provide students with practical experience which cannot be simulated in the classroom. These come through industrial work experience, group discussions, and competitions, which ordinarily should take ample units of the total coursework of the student. This will make the curriculum equip students with industry-mandated potentials. In the information technology sector, for example, internships provide valuable on-the-job training that helps develop entrepreneurial skills and prepare students for self-employment in this sector. However, the role of ICT as a field of study and as frontier technologies and tools for effective training delivery is important in STI and national development. ICTs are capable of supporting delivery of various training models, including apprenticeships, hands-on training, and ICT-driven models such as real-life simulation. From the perspective of infrastructure that brings people together in different places and time zones, CAME 2015 described ICT as multimedia tools for data, information, and knowledge management to expand the range of human capacities. Hence, ICTs could play big roles and serve as the vehicle for linkages between knowledge institutions and industries. In the foregoing, collaborations in the training of students who can take challenges will benefit greatly in the areas of emerging technologies, e-learning, frontier technologies, software development and management, and cyber security. Emerging technologies are new developments and innovations in technology which are fast growing. These varieties of technologies can be found in information technology, nanotechnology, biotechnology, robotics, and artificial intelligence. They can as well form the technological convergence of different systems evolving towards similar goals. Through effective collaboration between institutions and industries, various emerging technologies that are still at the infancy could have rapid development by merging the institutional roles of curriculum design with the technicality that can be found in the industries. Over the last 2 decades, the rapid growth of ICT has become one of the most important topics discussed by scholars in education. This is due to the capability of ICT in providing a dynamic and proactive teaching and learning environment. In line with the current digital era, there are modern teaching platforms and facilities in the form of virtual and e-learning that are now equipped with facilities that can afford students to gain practical experiences and allow learning to take place at one's convenience. Frontier technologies are leading the way in the knowledge economy, although the basis of most of the frontier technologies emerges from institutional-based knowledge. The development and technicalities behind its advancements are done in the industries. Frontier technologies including autonomous vehicles, drone technology, blockchain technology, robotics, and artificial intelligence are currently playing a big part in the industrial revolution. Also emerging from the field of artificial intelligence is machine learning, which is used to explore the study and construction of algorithms that can learn from and make predictions on data sets. It has been estimated that more than 50% of our jobs will be overtaken by automation, and the time frame in which this will occur is slowly creeping up. Hence, to be relevant in the global economy, relevant industrial skills in these leading knowledge areas are required to be included in students' training. Everything in the ICT world is driven by software, from autonomous vehicles, airplane control systems, launching of satellites into space, to accurate predictions of cancer location and types, most of which are life endangered. For instance, the March 10, 2019 Ethiopia airline disaster, where about 150 lives were lost, was a result of software failure. Also, accurate prediction of the location, type, and magnitude of a brain tumor or cancer in a patient will enhance timely intervention. While a good knowledge of the capability and capacity of the various software can be acquired from the institutions, industrial knowledge and practices of various software engineering methodologies for effective software development are very important. Such knowledge could only be acquired when real-life cases are taken under the supervision of practicing experts. Due to the implementation of the various applications of ICTs in our daily operations in education, banking, health, etc., as well as various economic initiatives that are springing up on the internet, there has been an uptick in cyber attacks. Criminals are using these possibilities to steal sensitive information, commit fraud against organizations and schools, or use ransomware to demand payment. While the basics of the technique of protecting networks, computers, servers, mobile devices, electronic systems, and data against hostile intrusions are being taught in schools, the industrial and social practices about network, application, information, and operational securities as used in a variety of contexts are important to be understood and accustomed with by the students. Institution-industry linkages have been much pronounced in developed countries, where a lot of researches from the institutions have culminated in innovation, inventions, and products. The government of Taiwan had encouraged it as far back as the early 80s. It does appear that much has been derived from the linkages, as most of the products and processes derived from research had come from the efforts of the institutions of higher learning. Research also shows that Chilean and Colombian firms collaborate with university and research institutions to increase the possibility of introducing new products. It does appear that not much has also been achieved in Africa in this regard. There exists, for example, a weak linkage between higher learning institutions and industries in Tanzania. Same goes for Ethiopia, where Teresa 2022 found that university industry linkage were not properly practiced in relation to implementation guidelines, and universities did not play any leading role in facilitating the implementation of field-based learning. In Nigeria, the linkage is weak, as multinationals in Nigeria and most West African countries rely on their parent companies overseas for research into new products or improvements on existing ones. Challenges of institution-industry linkages in Nigeria. Institution-industry linkages are tailored towards mutually beneficial relationships where ideas springing forth from research reports and factory trials are shared. Research innovation are commercialized. Hands-on experiences are granted to students and lecturers alike, and curricula are tailored towards industry needs. It also has a lot to do with research and development, and this is partially funded in Nigeria. Yes, there may be efforts from the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, but these are grossly inadequate. Even the equipment needed for cutting-edge research are rarely available in institutions. Laboratories and workshops are not well equipped, and the morale of the scholars who should conduct the research is very low due to poor remuneration and conditions of service. Moreover, not many industries fund research efforts in the knowledge institutions in Nigeria. In fact, many industries that could have been able to do so have either folded up or have left the shores of the country. Therefore, researches are mostly conducted in the higher institutions for the purpose of earning promotion. By that very fact, some of the research efforts are insincere, as many of the reports have names of scholars who know nothing about the studies as a co-researcher, just being helped to earn promotion. There is also the challenge of lack of basic infrastructure like electricity, internet, and water supply in many of the Nigerian institutions of higher learning. These are fundamental to the conduct of scientific and technological research. How then do you trust some of the research results? This may also not be too far from the reasons many industries have not collaborated with the knowledge institutions in Nigeria. Added to this is the inadequate knowledge of the computer by many scholars to explore research materials. Again, the few researches conducted in the institutions of higher learning seem not to attract patronage by governments in Nigeria, no matter how relevant they are in solving indigenous challenges. Many of the time, challenges are resolved, if they are truly resolved, by the ideologies and sentiments of the politicians at the helm of affairs. Sometimes last year, I had the opportunity of speaking to politicians in my state, in fact, government officials in my state, and people at the helm of affairs. And I reminded them that I've been at the Ekiti State University Faculty of Education since 1990, and up until that time, 2022, nobody has ever come to ask us questions as to what we found about education in Ekiti State. And in that faculty, there are about 35 professors. And I'm sure if you wake one of them in the night and you ask him, what have you found in Ekiti? He will tell you certain things and tell you what solutions can be given to them. But the projects and the theses are adorning the shelves. Nobody comes to ask what we have done. And the problems remain. And they keep attending to them politically. These are part of the bane of the problems that we have. In conclusion, this paper has attempted to examine the roles of SCI in national development. The world as it is cannot survive without advancement in science, technology, and innovation. The relationships stem from the conduct of researches, the report of which are turned into innovations and invention for the betterment of the living standards of the people. This also underscores the necessary nexus between knowledge institutions and industries. This nexus has paid off in countries like the USA, Taiwan, Chile, and Colombia. Much has not been explored in this direction in Africa, and especially in Nigeria due to various challenges. There, however, seems to be a way out in the following recommendations, if the following recommendations are implemented. 1, governments in Nigeria should make deliberate commitment to invest in research and development. They should also make it a point of duty to commission institutions of higher learning to find solutions to the various challenges in the country. 2, ICT hubs and industrial hubs should be established in the knowledge institutions in Nigeria, which will give hands-on experiences to scholars and students, and also enable trial sessions to translate research reports to innovations and inventions. 3, the curricula of knowledge institutions should be redesigned to encourage strong inputs from the experts in the industries. Opportunities should be included in the curricula for scholars and students to spend some time in the industry from time to time and also for the experts in the industry to spend some time in the knowledge institutions engaging in teaching and learning. Our students go for CWES, I understand. I think the longest one is 6 months. 6 months, maybe at second semester per 4 or thereabout. I have a son in Canada who is studying engineering and who would do 4 months in school, 8 months in the industry. Come back to do 4 months in school, 8 months in the industry, and so on and so forth. I think CWES for second semester 400 level is not enough. As a matter of fact, many of the people who go because of the money ITF will give. And many of the people who go to check on them also go because of the allowances that will be given. The commitment is not there. Number 4, industries should communicate manpower needs to the institutions from time to time so that students can be groomed to match industrial demands. 5, government should do more in equipping the knowledge institutions and providing electricity, internet, and water supply so that research activities can be encouraged. A few years ago, I used to come here often and often to examine PhD students. And I was there, and I think it was Faculty of Basic Health Sciences or so, that had a seminar at, I think, Oduduwa Hall there. And I entered, I sat down. And the Vice Chancellor then came and said that in about a month's time, in a few months' time, the OU will start generating its own electricity. I was excited. I came here and asked the question. In fact, I was arguing with there are some professors from Obawan University who is on my team at the Ikere Ekiti. And I was telling them that OU is generating its electricity. And they said no. I said, I was there. I heard the Vice Chancellor say so. They said no. I said, okay, when next I go to AU, I will ask. So I asked this morning. Don't let me say what I was shocked. I was shocked about what I heard. But really, every university in this country should be able to generate electricity. Why can't the government assist in that direction? Because that is major and fundamental to research work. Number 6, the knowledge institutions will encourage application-focused research efforts through internal grants and prizes. I want to say that this particular conference is apt and that it is discussing on very, very vital issues. My prayer is that the outcome of this will be able to make a difference, not only in our knowledge institutions, but also in our industries and in our economy at large. I wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you for listening.
Let's make it much louder for him. Thank you very much. I thank God that towards the tail end of your speech, the representative of the Vice Chancellor has gone. And I want to appreciate you, sir, for not telling the congregation here, the audience here, the answer to that question about electricity. The other universities in the north, whose project started far away behind our own, their own have been completed. One Nigeria. Then now we go for the lead paper presenter, and Dr. Michael Awoleye will do justice to the citation, please. And after that, we are leaving in the next 30-40 minutes.
Thank you so very much, sir. Our able PRO, Somebody said the other time that he has not introduced himself, but I don't think I have the right. All right.
My name is Abiodun Olarewaju, the PR of the university. Good afternoon.
All right. Thank you so much. I was going to say that it's not available, but let me also tell you that it's also available to other universities, because you here we like to share. We share talents, we share all the things that we have. So it's available at any point in time. I'm not trying to market him to you, but I'm sure you have seen a few things from some of the things he has been doing today. So permit me to request, okay, I think it's important for me to sit and stand on the existing protocol. Permit me to use that word. I actually borrowed that from my digital dean, Professor Koya, the Dean of Faculty of Tech. Please permit me to use that, sir. All right, so that's fine. I'm going to talk about the citation of Mr. Gbenga Sheson. Please, can I request your honor to stand up? It's good to have the power of the mic. So you can ask an executive director to get up, to sit down, to raise up his hand and all of that. But today we are not going to ask him to raise up his hand, but just get him, standing. Now, Gbenga Sheson is the executive director of Paradigm Initiative, Lagos, a Pan-African social enterprise working on digital inclusion and digital rights through its offices in Senegal, Cameroon, Nigeria, Tanzania, Kenya, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and other parts of developed and developing countries. He is also a non-resident fellow at the Digital Civil Society Lab at Stanford University, United States of America. Before starting Paradigm Initiative, Gbenga led the Digital Village, a joint project of Junior Achievement of Nigeria, Microsoft, and the Lagos State government. Originally trained as an electronic and electrical engineer at Obafemi Awolowo University here. So Gbenga Sheson is not a visitor to the Oba Awon University. He's at home. He's back at home now. And then he completed executive education program at Lagos Business School, New York Group of Technology, Transfer, Oxford University, Harvard University, Stanford University, Santa Clara University, the University of the Pacific, and INSEAD. I don't know why he likes to write. When you go online, you won't see Engineer Gbenga Sheson, you won't see Mr. Gbenga Sheson, you won't see anything to qualify that name. But incidentally, he's an engineer trained here, like you have heard. Gbenga's consulting experience includes assignments completed for numerous institutions, including Microsoft, Harvard University, and United Nations agencies, among others, in over 30 countries. A Schwab Foundation Social Entrepreneur of the Year and former member of the United Nations Committee of E-Leaders on Youth and ICT. Can I have a resounding applause for that? He is a Cyber Stewards Fellow, Crown Montana Forum Fellow, Archbishop Desmond Tutu Leadership Fellow, Ashoka Fellow, Our Common Future Fellow, and Codes Fellow. Gbenga served as a member of the Presidential Committee on Harmonization of Information Technology, Telecommunications, and Broadcasting Sectors, 2006, and Roadmap for the Achievement of Accelerated University Broadband Infrastructure and Services Provision, 2013, and was listed by Cable Network News as one of the top 10 African tech voices on Twitter, and by Venture Africa as one of the 40 African legends under 40. He was appointed to the inaugural leadership panel of the Internet Governance Forum for a 2-year term beginning 2022 and 2023 by the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Lastly, Gbenga is married to Temilade Sheson, so he's not available. The wife is a PhD holder in energy poverty and development expert. Could you please permit me to welcome Mr. Gbenga Sheso?
I hope this will not drop. Thank you very much. Just to say that my wife is also an alumnus of this university. For many reasons, we did not meet on campus. We met while attending the wedding ceremony of another couple. I was just dancing, and then someone came in, and I thought it was well, you know, those things happen. The Vice Chancellor has made my work easy. I was saying to me, but grilled me appropriately while I was in elect and had to borrow courses from civil engineering. Well, I passed. You know, you made my work easy. As I was saying to them, you've literally read what, you know, some of the notes that I have here. Because to be honest, what we need to do, we know it. At times, what we lack is not just the political will, but also the institutional support required to make this happen. There's enough blame to go around. I love that you mentioned the example of Ekiti State. I was born in Akure in Ondo State, and I heard, as I was growing up, as I was going through nursery school to primary school, that Ekiti was a fountain of knowledge. My wife happens to be from Ekiti State, and we know for a fact that if any state in Nigeria should be asking questions from its own academic institutions about how to solve problems, it should be Ekiti State. Are we surprised that we have now come to a state where, unfortunately, young people have started manufacturing JAMB results? A girl claimed she scored the highest. I mean, I love how bold she is, but I'm glad that she has been found. And it wasn't just her. I found out it was many people. Many people were creating results. And one of the reasons for that is because we do not have a direct connection between the things we say and the things that we celebrate. We talk a lot about students, and I'm glad to see you here. Please put your hands together for our secondary school students. And anyone who is a student of this university, I'm glad that you're here. Because we say to them that education is important. We sing the song. My daughter, who is 5, just graduated from preschool, graduated. It was a big deal. She hugged me and said everything about her graduation, and I was like, what's that? I was one of those who used to wonder why people celebrated graduation for primary school or nursery school. But as a father of a 5-year-old and an 8-year-old, I have now witnessed the graduation of 2 children from preschool. We tell students, my daughter was singing a song, Batareadun Koka Toba Kawere. And when I heard that song, I was sad. That's not what we do in Nigeria. We say, study, and your shoes will sound well. But those are not the people we celebrate. That's why people fake results. If you put a lecturer, and allow me to do this, and this is very practical. There's a VC here, there's a retired general here, and there is a former speaker. If I ask students in this room the question, you have only one person to take a picture with, I don't need to say more. Mr. Adewa, I said thank you to you many times, but I will say it again. And that's where my story begins today. I have the email here. On October 2, 2000, sent to my Yahoo email, my old email address, the man called Philip Emegwali sent me an email. Many of you will know the name. Philip Emegwali is a bit controversial now, but at some point was the most popular Nigerian alive. How did I know about Philip Emegwali? Mr. Dewar, Physics 2O, I don't remember the name of that room. The only room in that whole building that had AC, that had air conditioning. I invited him to come and talk to us. I was chairman of Electronic Club for the Department of Electrical and Electrical Engineering. And I said to him, because I knew he was someone who balanced industry. He wasn't just a graduate from the school. I saw he was already working with Interco and doing things in industry. And I said to him, I said, come and tell us, show us the future. We are students. We want to be like you when we grow up. And he said, go and find out about Philip Emegwali. I, being a student who listens dutifully, I smiled because some of my lecturers may not agree with that. But I try my best. But one thing I never stopped doing is to act on what I'm told. Once he said that, I left the room. I went to search for the man, Philip Emegwali. I found his email address. My friends were like, Philip Emegwali, he won't respond to you. I'm stubborn. I wrote an email to him, and I said, and in that email, I said to him, this is where we're at. This is the future I see for Nigeria. Internet technologies. This was in the year 2000. It was the year of Y2K. We were not sure what technology was going to bring. But I said to him, I said, I'm studying electronic engineering. My final year project is going to be on e-commerce, which is another story entirely, and I will get there. A lecturer told me that if you want to do your final year project on e-commerce, maybe you should go to computer science department. Some things need to change, and I'm glad that those things are changing. I was here in May, and I heard and I was updated on some of the things that have started happening, and I'm glad. For the first time in my life, I sat in the same room with the DSA, Dean of Student Affairs, and I said to him, I said, sir, when I was here, if I heard DSA was coming, I would be going in the other direction. There was only one reason you were going to see the DSA, maybe one of two reasons. Either you were really the best student in something you went to do and they want to say thank you to you, or you were on your way through Road 1. For those who don't know, Road 1 is that long drive. And I always tell the story of how on my first day on this campus, October 1995, I stopped at that gate and I told the boss, I have arrived OAU campus. They advised me and said, you have not arrived. But as a stubborn boy that I am, I dropped my 3 big bags of pots, amala, and everything I had, and then God blessed us with a shower, and it rained. So I learned my last lesson in humility. Listen to bus drivers. I sent that email to Philip Emegwali, and he responded. That email started my career. Philip Emegwali wrote to Chris Uwaje, who was the president of the Information Technology Association of Nigeria, and said, I don't know who this boy is, but he's pretty bold, saying to me to come and talk to students in Ife. At that time, Nigeria was trying to invite Philip Emegwali. The president had asked that they invite him to come and do a tour of universities. And so he connected me with Chris Uwaje, who immediately asked me to come and address the IT Association of Nigeria conference in 2000 in December in Abuja. When my colleagues were presenting their final year project and defending on campus, I did the same. And thanks to Professor Kunle Kendi. And I mention those names because people know the stories. Not only defended my project on campus, and Professor Kunle Kendi did say something. He said, Benga, this research that you have done on e-commerce, and I focused on e-registration. This was in the year 2000. Of course, discouragement was, what is e-registration? But it was from a personal pain. I remember standing on a queue at the health center. Every day, 3 people to me, and it's about to be my turn, and they will say, come tomorrow. I want to sign for a course. I see this lecturer every day in White House. But the day I need to sign for his course, he's not available. So I was like, I'm tired. Why don't we do it electronically? And Professor Kende said, this doesn't sound realistic now, but put it on a CD. Give a copy to the school, and when it is done, you will know you pioneered something. Many years later, I paid for my younger sister to go to University of Ilorin to register, and she told me she was registering online. I cried. I cried. She's 7 years younger than me, by the way. I'm sure you are wondering what happened. I cried because, for once, I saw the direct relationship between the town, industry, and the gown, the institution. Safe to say, not only did I start my career based on what I learned here, it began to pay the bills. I squatted, Angola year one. Thankfully, everybody gets accommodation in year one. I mean, almost everybody. But from year two, I did not explain to the DSA the other time, but everybody who is on campus knows that it becomes a bit more difficult in year 2 and year 3. So I was squatting. But by my final year, I didn't have to squat anymore because I was applying the innovation I was taught in the class right on campus. After Dr. Kayode Odele and Isaac Yang, and I'm mentioning names, after they created what was called a year CD. What they basically did was the yearbook, they converted into year CD. I then took it a step further. Myself, Ogem Diike, who now works in aviation and finance in the US, Tokwe Shoremi, who now works in Canada in project management. Do you understand what's going on here? Some of our best leave, not because they want to, but because of a few things I will talk about in a moment. Because of some things that happen in the environment. I began to make ESCDs for every fellowship on campus and every department that cared, and I became a rich student. So much that instead of going to B2, where we ate 6 to 6, you may not know what that means. It is fufu. You eat at 6 a.m., you are fine until 6 p.m. I moved from eating at B2 to going, A2 to B2 a la carte. I don't know if they are still there. Okay. And then at some point went to spices. It was practical. And I'm sharing this because I know there are students in the room who are thinking to themselves, I have ideas. I came to this campus with one plan, to create a device. I came to study engineering, and my plan was to create a device that would generate power without fuel and without anything else. Of course, as a child, I had dreams. And I think that the point where that dream died was in the physics lab, where the windows were open and we're told to calculate the gravitational constant. Of course, when the windows are open, you can never get 9.8 as your final answer because the windows are open. It's not standard temperature and pressure. But the lab attendant walked over to me. He saw what I wrote and said, you are feeling like Ali Day. Ali Day is the physics textbook of repute. And he advised me, he said, instead of feeling like Ali Day, you better write the right answer. Ladies and gentlemen, on that day, that dream was toned down a little. Thankfully, the dream didn't fully die. And the interesting thing is that the work I do now, interesting enough, has very little to do with electronic and electrical engineering, but a lot to do with technology policy, which is what explains why when I got invitation to come to speak here today, I didn't waste time in saying yes. That was one course that I didn't struggle with. TPD 501 was not a struggle, not because it wasn't tough, but because I had the aptitude for it. And I think this must be the first lesson we learn in the marriage between town and gown. There are courses that students have natural aptitude at, and we must encourage them, not just to get a 70, but to apply it practically. The work that I started in Ajegunle, Lagos, Nigeria, has now been exported across various countries on this continent, and every time the name Paradigm Initiative rings in any country, it rings because I got the first foundation laid here while I was studying as an electrical and engineering student, and while TPD was a course. One of the reasons why I finished, by the way, my non-residential fellowship at Stanford. And one of the things I find the most interesting with that university, every time I go back there, is the relationship between the lecturers and the students. The lecturers are the chairmen of the companies that the students run. You run into an average lecturer on campus and is a director in a company. I can mention examples. Google. And I think that speaks to the relationship between students and lecturers. My friend, Advancement Office has assured me that that is changing. And I'm glad that it is changing. Not only from the side of the lecturers alone, since students as potential business partners. Listen, there is enough research material on OAU campus to fund Nigeria's budget for 10 years. I have read those papers. In writing my own final year project, I had access to previous papers. They're all there. And some of them, you open them and you read them and you're like, this is money. But it can never become money. The future of funding for education is not with government. And I know that this is probably the wrong place to say that. But trust me, it's not. There is a lot more resources tied up in your students, in many of the students. 1%, one of the students from here, Edward Pokwala, runs a fintech company that I'm sure that 1% of his annual budget will cover the entire resources that his former department will need. I'm glad that the VC mentioned CWES. I did CWES in year 2. I think it was a few weeks. Year 3 for 1 month. Year 4 for 6 months. And by the way, the CWES for 6 months for me, most of my classmates, of course, were going to Shell. I mean, come on. You're right, sir. It is the money. It was 40,000 naira. But I was lucky. A man of blessed memory who I've written a lot about, Dr. James A. Shotomi, said to me, I will pay you the 40,000 naira of Shell, but you will learn. He took me to his company, Rad Technologies Limited in Lagos, Marina, Kingsway Building, taught me how to design websites, sent me back to campus, not as a student. He gave me complimentary cards and said, listen, you are still a staff of this company. I came back to campus, not just as a final year student, but also as a member of the industry looking for website projects on campus. I went to University Press. I should not tell you how that conversation went. It did not go well. I have since gone back there and the conversation went well. But that first conversation was not nice. Because I showed up as a student and the person I met treated me like a poor student. But thankfully, that is changing. I think Nigeria is in a very unique moment right now. There's a lot of argument about, see, I know this, and of course, as a politician, I'm sure you can tell us. I think that the student loan law is a signal. I think it's a signal. And we know what is coming. So we're now in that moment where we must use our people power. There is enough innovation. And I can say this for a fact. Computer science department in Ife alone, if you ask all your former students to come back and sum up the capitalization of their companies, you will change the name of OAU to not just Oba One University to, I don't know. You will call Dangote and it will be running in your direction. And I'm not kidding. The only challenge is that many of them, the companies are registered in Delaware in the US, not in Nigeria. Their directors are not former lecturers of theirs. Their directors are people from other countries who listened to them when they tried to explain their ideas. I went to a lecturer in quarters, explained the same idea that I shared with Philip Emeguali. He was mowing his lawn. And we're now friends, by the way. We're now very good friends. But the conversation was different. There was a sharp contrast between town and gown, between academia and industry. And that wall, that false wall, has to collapse. I studied elect-to-elect, so I know every year military men, and I believe women, study in that department. That department at some point had clean enough water to work on integrated circuits. So when the VC talked about water, that was what came to mind. Because at some point I asked, why are we not doing ICs anymore? And I remember, I think it was Professor Sassono at the time who said, well, we don't have clean water. And for the first time in my life, I understood the relationship between clean water and integrated circuits, even though I had seen the theory of it. Let me close with a few recommendations. First is very glaring. We need to focus our learning curriculum on practical applications and not theory. I think that's very obvious. Someone once accused me of studying the history of engineering and not engineering itself. I didn't find it funny, but I understood what they were saying when I realized that, as a joke, one of our lecturers told us that the notes that he took when he was a student at the department were the notes he was using for us. And I thought that was dangerous. It's dangerous for technology because technology's half-life is so fast. If I tell you anything today, it may not be valid again in 6 months. Moore's theory about technology multiplying every 18 months or less is archaic. In fact, how to know that is to listen to our children. When my son told me we no longer have 9 planets, I was confused. I said, I crammed my very excellent Mr. Jones serves us 9 plates. There must be 9 planets. But no. At some point, a cousin of mine told me that hydrogen was not a valid item on the periodic table. I became a bit confused, and then she explained. Knowledge is transient. This is the reason why a pool of water that stays stagnant would stink. And unfortunately, I'm afraid to say, and I know that saying this here, I may never be invited again to this campus. Of course, I'm sure I will be. Our education stinks because it's stagnant. I know of the effort of our lecturers and the academic brilliance that we have on this campus. I know. Because I know that many of you here are also consultants to the World Bank. And the same things that you try to get to implement here are implemented in other countries. And I should know that. Professor Gabriel Olalere Ajayi of blessed memory, when we were both members of the African Technical Advisory Committee of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, tried his very best to get Nigeria to implement some things. And Nigeria decided that, well, why should we listen to a lecturer? As you said, sir. But guess what? Guess which countries listened? Rwanda and Ghana. Does it surprise you today that Rwanda is where it is? It hurts that I spent the earliest part of my career to help build Rwanda and Ghana. And I don't mind. I'm African. Well, as you can see. I hope. But I was born in Nigeria. And it's a shame at times when I know that the things that I would easily say to a Rwanda, to a Kenya, to a Ghana, it will fall on deaf ears when you say it in Nigeria. Number 2, we need to stop rewarding cram, pass, forget. I call it Operation CPF. Hello, students. We know. Agberu, Beso. We didn't bother with studying before exams. A few days to exams. That's why in my day, when students were not ready, somehow, for some reason, there's a luta and we go home. And then we come back and they say exams will start immediately, and then there'll be a luta and we'll go home. And then at some point, we will have no choice and sit for the exams. We need to stop rewarding the way we set questions. And guess what? Lecturers, you know when they say in Yoruba, Okonwo, as in their husband has come. Your husband has arrived in artificial intelligence. Chat GPT. You don't want me to tell them. They know already. If your question is theory and not practical, I can answer it without studying. All I need is to see your past questions, and we know which textbooks you use for your past questions. At least in my department, we had a timetable. Dr. So, we know the textbook. If he gives you a test, it is chapter 1. Second test, chapter 3. Exam is always towards the end. We need to reward cram pass and forget less and focus on practice and knowledge, both in how questions are set and in how grading is done. Number 3, invite industry experts. Not just to the classroom, I will get to that, but one of the reasons I immediately said yes to this conference is because I think it is both timely and important. I want to offer, and this is my first offer, I'll make 3 offers here, and I'm going to get into trouble with my colleagues in the office. One of them is here, because I will make promises here today that will need resources to be fulfilled, but that is me playing my part. And the first is that I would ask humbly that when you plan 2025 Biennial Aispi International Conference, please invite industry experts to the planning committee. I will take the personal responsibility of pulling some of them by the ears to join. I know it will be hard because I have attempted that in the past, and somebody told me as long as Dr. So-and-so will not be there because of some certain experiences that they had. But that's by the way. But apart from just being part of planning a conference, that is not enough. We must bring industry experts into the classroom. I'm not surprised that a VC immediately gave you his card. This is how knowledge is diffused. Theory meets practical. What is the point of teaching how to use surveillance to track things when it is just theory? And when there is a gentleman who has done it in the field and could come to the classroom to tell you. I love mathematics. In fact, I wanted to study mathematics here in Ife, but my parents advised that I should do, you know, my parents' generation, it had to be engineering, medicine, law, accounting. It had to be, they called it professional courses. But my love for mathematics never stopped, because I saw mathematics in operation. I knew that planes fly because of mathematics. I watched documentaries that talked about Gaussian surfaces, not as theory, but as reality. Archimedes' principle for me was not about displacing anything in a body of water or anything. It was reality. And this must come back to the classroom. It's the reason why the new generation of people we're teaching demand multimedia in the classroom. You can't, and I hope that nobody is still punished, no lecturer is still punished by being asked to stand in amphitheater to teach 2,000 students without a microphone. Nobody is listening to you. My dad came to campus one of those days. Oh man, I mean, my dad is a teacher, retired teacher. The only place, he had my timetable, so he just went to amphitheater where my lecture, Physics 101, was supposed to be holding. Unfortunately, it just happened to be one of those days I was not in class. My confident father, as a teacher, went to the teacher on the stage and said, oh, my son is here. You know, camaraderie, esprit de corps. Let me talk to him. Let me call him out. Benga Sheson, na lie. I was in H8 Angola Hall. Well, I wasn't exactly enjoying. But that's a story for another day. I have the privilege of making a second announcement and a promise. For a while, my friend and former HOD of Elect had asked me to come back to campus to practice what I was preaching. And because I, of course, have a company to build, it was difficult to make the time. And to be honest, you know, the travel between Lagos and Ife, there's no airport here. It's 3.5 hours. The roads are not the best. Every time you go both ways, you have to send it for servicing. But I'm making that commitment now. And I think it's very clear. I have reached out to Aispi, and I've said, not only am I willing to commit 40 hours every year, but I'm willing to connect any faculty that has to do with technology. That's what I know. I don't know medicine. I don't know law. Well, I know a bit of law because I work in human rights. And I did SEL. You guys are laughing, but you have no idea how SEL helped me when I made my first presentation at the United Nations. I sounded like a lawyer. All I was talking about was just the notes from SEL. It's not nothing. Stronger industry collaboration in faculty research. I think that the days when research was just to increase the number on your CV, I think those days are gone. The days when we used to tell students, go and pick from a list of topics. Like I said when I came here, I want to believe those days are gone. Final year projects must solve real life problems. If you're in the University of Lagos, and you are in civil engineering or any relevant department, we should be asking you about how to solve traffic problems. If you are in OAU, when the MC, when the PRO mentioned, was it the PRO that mentioned tech bread? Oh, it was a dean that mentioned tech bread. You have no idea how much we saved towards tech bread. It's still alive. Okay, I have to go with some. Pekila, we have to get some. It's a delight. There is no reason why, as you're driving towards here, and people are selling you Dodo Ikiri, there is no reason why people should not be selling tech bread. You solve hunger problems, you get money for it, problem solved. As another final promise, I know that Aispi has, and I found out, don't worry, I found out, that Aispi has master's level and PhD level students who do research work. I want to commit on behalf of my organization to supporting the best and the brightest, not those who cram, pass, and forget, but those who apply knowledge towards innovation in Aispi, beginning from next year. And the reason for that is because it's win-win. Every company that invests in the academia benefits. Not only do you get staff that are well-rounded, you also get a pipeline of a future workforce. This here is not theory. I look forward to the days when, as a first or second year student on this campus or any campus in Nigeria, students will have ideas that will not be discouraged by the lab attendant, but will be encouraged by the lecturer who will give them advice on how to turn that idea into money. And that lecturer will be the first member of their board. And at times, you will look at the lecturers and say, Oga, where is this money coming from? You'll be like, oh, we had a board meeting last week in Geneva, and that company, remember that boy that was in my class? He has now solved the water problem for the world. That is where innovation of these young men and women I'm looking at here, innovation by these students in this room is the future of education funding in this country, not government. There is so much government can do. I paid 90 naira, and I'm grateful. I paid 90 naira for accommodation. I paid 120 naira for tuition. My daughter in preschool, I said this to her, she doesn't understand. She said, Daddy, you're lying. I said, the amount of money we pay on you every year saw me through OAU campus. Which is why I believe I hold this campus a debt. Which is why I believe anyone in my generation holds every university they attended a debt. Regardless of the experiences we had. We all had interesting experiences. Lecturers who were a bit too tough. But the relationships are changing, and I'm glad for that. And I have one final challenge for the students here. Any final year student in the room? Any final year student in the room? I will throw a challenge, not just for Aispi, for all the students in the room. And my email address, I will share. It's Benga, just this name. Benga, okay, you can see clearly. benga.chesson@paradigmhq.org. If you're a final year student in this room, and you're doing anything that has to do with our topic for today, science, technology, and innovation, send me, of course you have to do something first. That's how you know who is serious. Send me a half pager on what you're doing and how it will create a relationship between the academia and industry. And you will not need to pay for any aspect of your research work from the beginning to the end. I'm making this promise because, and I'll close with this. In my final year, I mentioned the name Chris Uwaje. Chris Uwaje was the man who funded my final year project. He was the president of IT Association of Nigeria, and he asked me, how much do you need to complete your final year project? Because it was in e-commerce. And I made the mistake, the biggest mistake of my life, by saying 20,000 naira. Oh, it was a lot of money in 1999, trust me. It was a lot of money. And then he said, send me your account number. And then I regretted it instantly. Why did I not say 200,000 naira? I want to pay back. And this is not my company now, this is me. Do I have to get home and tell my wife I spent our money? But don't worry, I'll be fine. Because, by the way, she's got a PhD in sociology. She teaches in UI. And, well, she's come here once in a while. But now, a French university is stealing her from... Let me not tell that story. It's another sad story of how we lose intellectuals to other countries that pay more attention to the things they tell us and we don't listen to. So, any student who takes up that challenge, I will do to you what Chris Uwaje did to me. And I'm hoping, I did that 23 years ago. I'm hoping much less than 23 years from now, not only will you do the same, but we will create a ripple effect of connecting academia and industry such that lecturers and students become business partners, solution providers, innovators, and the theory of the gap between town and gown is put to rest forever. June 2001, I finished from here. And I tell people, I've been to many other schools, and at times they try to claim that, he's Harvard trained, whatever trained. And I say to them, that's not true. The things that I do today, the foundation was laid here. My first COO, my first program manager are all from here. And it's not just because Ife is the only school, but because it was a school I knew, and it was a space I knew where we could convert our knowledge into innovation and create not just wealth for ourselves, but for everyone who comes in touch with our training and with everything else that they learn. Great Ife, Africa's most beautiful campus. Conscious, vigilant, and Aluta against all. I mean, when we say Aluta against all oppression, I know it's not Aluta only against what we don't want to hear, but Aluta against some of the things we do ourselves. Aluta against the norm. Aluta and change in a place where students and lecturers become collaborators. Thank you for listening.
You can do much better for Benga. Thank you very much for that. For those of you in final year, I'm not here to teach your fish the way to swim. Neither am I going to tell your birds the way to fly. He said what the sponsor of his final year project did to him then, he wants to do the same to you. But he said he made a mistake. Don't make that mistake. Benga, to the glory of God, has enough financial capability even to magnanimously finance the project of all of you here seated. Give your hands together for him. My brother, you will live long. Thank you very much for being a good ambassador of this university. Yes, when he was talking, some angels woman form came in. All of them dressed in immaculate white. No doubt they are from the Nigerian Navy. Unfortunately, like I told us, we have here an array of military personnel with, first and foremost, a retired Major General in the Nigerian Army is seated here, and that is Major General Olukoju. He's here. Sir, we have your younger ones here looking up onto you. They are in the Navy. All of you attended NDA, but I know that cause this, cause that. So we have the Commandant, Nigerian Naval Center of Education and Training Technology, Ile-Ife. It be represented Captain A. Nwegwe, am I right? Please just pardon my pronunciation. It be represented by Lieutenant C. Mbono and others. Am I right? This is what they wrote for me. They are correct? It's not correct. Please, I want to do proper introduction. Please, can you write the names for me here? In journalism, when you are in doubt, you find out or you leave out. The person that represented the commandant is Lieutenant Commander C.H. Mbonu. You see life? I was the one that introduced him. He put up his cap and faced the direction of a Major General, and he did like this. There is God, though. Please put your hands together once again for Lieutenant Commander Simbonu. That is seniority, that is discipline, that is dedication, that is focus. And I was one that identified Major General here. I will have said that I was the Major General. Maybe you will have faced me and put up a card. Thank you very much for being here. And of course, he's here with his other colleagues, but he's the most senior, and that is why he's representing the commandant. The university appreciates you, appreciates the synergy between the Navy and the university. May the Lord continue to be our guide and guard. Let's listen to this announcement. After this program, we go for lunch, but immediately after we have a plenary session, one we hold here, at this African Center of Excellence. And that will be chaired by Professor Isaac Aberejo. The other one we hold at the annex there, directly opposite here. And that will be chaired by Professor Akinloye Lawal. Tomorrow, by the grace of God, God's Spirit in our lives, that is the Tuesday, the 4th day in the month of July 2023. The plenary session will start by 9 in the morning. And the venue is Computer Science and Engineering Seminar Room A. And the other one will be going simultaneously, will be at the Computer Science and Engineering Seminar Room B. On this note, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, yes. Innocent omission. Probably we'll give room for a minute or two speeches from our awardees. And with due respect, my Major General, sir, let me do this. Put your hands together for me too. At least I tried.
Thank you very much. The organizers, Professor Ibizi, he was the one that supervised my project. I want you to please. And then let me tell you, any forum or any of the fora I go, I always want to pass one or two messages. When the last speaker was presenting his paper, he made mention of something in passing, the difficulties that could confront him to come to Ife from time to time. Apart from the road, I'm sure he was talking of security. Good. When we have a forum like this, please, I want us not to limit it to industries. I always want us to look at the security aspect of it. The reason is simple. Those industries cannot even function well if there is no security. And the last time I came to Ife here, Department of Computer Science, we were to have a joint project on simulation technology. But unfortunately, that project could not hold due to some reasons. And the first thing I asked from the head of the department, I think you are one of them. Okay. I asked, I said, okay, good, beautiful. If it has the best of the ICT department, you've won so many awards. And I asked, I say, is it not a source of concern if any of the lecturers was kidnapped or one of the lecturers was kidnapped along this road? And I said, what could ICT department be doing? I was expecting then that some application will have been developed. The camera comes up, and when it comes up, unknown to the kidnappers, we should have a control room in OAU here to see what is happening to the lecturer. That was a challenge. I like innovation. And when you talk of TPD, 501, 502, we are always very eager to go to those classes those days. You see, innovation is key, but the basic knowledge is what you have here. Just like what Benga said. When I got to Kaduna, that was when we were having daily bomb, every Sunday bombing. And at a particular time, my GOC went out, and because of the bombing and the insecurity, the people were stoning him. I had not reported then. And when I reported, I learned of it. I said, okay, sir, I will do something. So I got some of the old vehicles that have been abandoned. I removed some of the gadgets from the vehicles. And now we bought a new air condition and installed it in the vehicle. Now I put a screen there. So simple thing. Those of you who read computer or who are in computer science classes, what we did was that we put some cameras on some of those vehicles. And we drove them to some bad spots in Kaduna. And we looked for the highest point in Kaduna. We had a repeater there. What did we put there? Just radio of 25,000 naira, to make it a complete sector. Because the place is the highest point in Kaduna. So when our vehicles go out to trouble spots, the GOC will be in his office and be watching the whole town. So he was very happy about that. I said, sir, we know what we're going to do. Let's invite all the stakeholders to our office. They came. So as they came, they were all seated. What we just did was we asked the vehicles to move around the town and to specific locations where those Boko Harams were. And we are even seeing people frying akara in our office. I can tell you that was when that bomb is stopped in Kaduna. It didn't cost us up to 200,000 naira. You see, I'm saying this, the essence of innovation. If you watch Nigeria Day Celebration 2015, 2016, you saw that the president was speaking to some of our troops in Sambisa forest. And then if you watch it, the president was seeing them live in a vehicle a multimedia vehicle that we constructed. And after that, the president told me, he came and met me and asked me, say, General, how did you do this? I said, sir, we have the facilities in this country. Because I saw NIGCOMSAT, Nigerian Communication Satellite. They were just sitting down there idly. And I went to them, I said, please, I have work for you. So we used their facility. We flew the aircraft over Sambisa Forest. And all our deployments, the president was watching our deployment. Thereafter, the troops in Sambisa Forest spoke to the president. What does it take? It's not something too spectacular. It's just for you to think out of the box in order to mitigate the current challenge or the security challenges or prevailing security challenges. So what I'm saying to you, we are very easy to blame military personnel. That you go to this place, something happened, how can there be roadblock here? Something will happen here, and they cannot even do anything about it. Of course, there have been NSAs for years. The security challenge has not stopped. The situation is that you have allowed a fat cow to stand on one leg. What I'm saying, these are the people that we go to fight. They are the people that will do humanitarian services. They are the people that will do everything. But what is our contribution as an institution, knowledge institution, to those people? So I want you to look at it critically that we have current security challenges. So in presenting your projects to Mr. Gbenga, please look at what you can dwell on or study or research on that can help the country. Of course, we don't need to tell anybody that we are in serious security, we are facing security challenges. And I want to say this because I have a politician around with us here. Yes, I always say it whenever I have the opportunity. You have presented beautiful papers. You have formulated beautiful policies. when you want to choose those who want to sit on those sectors, please, for God's sake, use people who are relevant. I cannot imagine how a minister of education, for example, you are in a meeting and the man will pack his books and left. In a nation where we are having children growing and the education is the backbone of any nation, whether you like it or not, then I keep on wondering, how did that man get that ministerial appointment? If all these beautiful papers you are presented, we don't have people who really know, who are supposed to be there, nothing will happen. And that is what I'm saying now. The ministers have not been nominated or selected, whatever. Please, sir, tell the president, don't go and put people that will crumble the whole nation. Put people that will help this nation, who have the knowledge. Yes, I said this because I passed out from White House. And yes, it's true. And I know my lecturers. And how can I, even to pass power engineering, I will have to sit down to read. Dr. What's the name? Power engineering. No, come on, love God, thank you. There's another Edo man. Oh, boy, good, please. Yes. Sorry, I'm getting old. I may not remember like Gbenga. You know what it is for Komalafe to give you papers, and you are writing an exam, and then you get to national level, for God's sake, where we have sectors that are not settled yet, that need radical solution. Then you go and put a lawyer as Minister of Power. No, I keep on wondering. You see, if you are saying Canada, you are saying US, these institutions are there already. It's just administrators they are looking for. But the situation whereby you need people that when you draw a circuit, you should be able to interpret the circuit. When you talk of substation, you should know what substation means. Then you now say, okay, how will you now solve power problem? So that's what I'm saying to him now. So that, yes, it's true. I have to say it to him. We don't have, listen, we don't have ministers now. By the time we are seeing names of ministers, let there be ministers that can help the nation. I went for ITU conference, and the person who represented Nigeria from Oyo State is a lawyer. ITU conference, communication. So, and I don't know why they don't put lawyer in medical, in health. Why is it that these critical factors, these critical sectors that can change the country, why should they be putting people that will bring everything down? So you have to do the right thing for all the things we are talking about here to be realizable. And I want to suggest again, please, if OAU can think of something which I think may be of assistance, and then that may bring the Aispi to prominence, I want to suggest let us have some sort of OAU technology village. Let us have it, OAU technology village, so that all these researches, we send them to the villages, to the particular village, so that when you know you come to Ife here, you are going to that village because your project is going to be presented and it may likely help the nation. You have Center of Excellence, so I want to suggest let us have OAU Technology Village, so that when people like Chesson, anything he wants to send to OAU, we know he's going to that technology village. And of course, the faculty can benefit, and then it will bring the name of that particular, or it will bring all the things you are doing right now to prominence. Thank you very much.
Now, what else can we say about a Major General, a good ambassador of the Nigerian Army, Please give it to him once again. You know, I have a brother in Kaduna, and I normally appreciate Nigerian Air Force and the Nigerian Army. I have a brother, Kunle Falowo, in Nigerian Navy, but I fear them because they deal with sea. And I can't imagine myself being on the sea. To my right, no house. To my left, no house. In front and at the back, everything sea. Water. Thank you. And these Navy people are comfortable in the sea, on water. Ha! Me, I'm not comfortable. Major General, thank you very much, sir. God bless you, sir. I don't want to be partial. With due respect, sir, let me give microphone to Right Honorable Lasso Yusuf.
Thank you very much. Let me start by acknowledging the Vice Chancellor through the DVC that has just left. Having done that, let me also recognize the retired general, who, of course, is an anomalous too. I will also recognize the two key speakers. You have spoken very well. Then before I go back to the academic community, let me recognize my teachers who are here. Professor Ilori taught me 501. In 1986, when I came back to the Technology Management Department, Professor Yebisi was actually the head of the department at that time, or the director. He taught me too. Professor Taiwo taught me too, but that was very long time between my first degree and for my master's program. But one good thing about Professor Ilori is we've been having that contact in the last 30 years. He always called me. Thank you, Oga. I'm trying to find a space where we are going to work together. And believe me, we're going to do that. What is happening today, I will say you are beginning to get it right by calling us back to come and probably partake in what you are doing. But towards the end, you almost got it wrong. If I'm here as a former student, as an engineer, an entrepreneur, and a politician, and I'm not given the space to say one or two things, what have you done? You have gotten it wrong because you are not learning from what I've learned in the last 34 years that I left this university. And it's huge. It's huge. Without being proud, I might not be a billionaire, but I'm a multi-millionaire. And I have businesses that I do. And there is a way I can give back. Without being proud, I'm an entrepreneur of feasible companies that contribute to human life. And I'm a practicing engineer who is the first man in Osun to build an high-rise building on my home without the support of any foreigners at all. So please, don't defeat the purpose of what we are here to do today. And what is the purpose? Trying to link the ivory tower to the outside world. In 2016, I went to Disengov in Ibadan to buy tractors for my farm. As of today, Disengov no longer exists. And in fact, some 3 years ago, they approached me to come and buy the space. What is the implication of that? Today, if you are a farmer, two things will happen. Is either you don't get tractor to buy, or when you buy your tractors, you don't have spare parts whenever they go bad. It means the so-called come and do agriculture that everybody is touting. Agriculture is no longer a sustainable venture in Nigeria. So how does the university now come in? You have to call those of us who are in farming to let you know where the problems are and what you can do to solve the problems. That's number one. As a practicing engineer, unless you want to deceive yourself, this all, to my taste, is not finished to taste. I rose to become Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, one of the most powerful positions in Nigeria. And I will tell you how powerful it is. As the Deputy Speaker, as a sitting Deputy Speaker, one, you are the head of appropriation in the House of Representatives. Whatever you put in the Nigerian budget, no single person again can alter it. It will take a joint sitting of the 360 members in the House of Representatives and 109 senators to alter that. For 4 years, if I never even knew that it was their product, I was the Deputy Speaker. That's a very powerful position. All those schools that you had that I built, they are not fictionary schools. If you go to my constituency today, the first thing I did was to rebuild all schools that I attended, each of minimum 36 classrooms, because of that position. Ife never ventured to find out who was the Deputy Speaker. It was not only Ife alone. Nigerian Society of Engineers and Koren never even got to know that the man seated on that seat was a registered engineer. So when I was leaving office, the Koren Act was to be amended, and they went to the Chairman's Committee on Works, trying to beg him to make sure that the process of amending the act was somehow fast-tracked. The man now said, "Why are you coming to me? One of yours is the Deputy Speaker and is the one who's actually going to amend the act." They all came to me, all past president of NSC. You know me, you don't know me. I'm a very tough person. I abuse all of them. Yes, for 3.5 years, I've been here. But the day the secretary to the federal government, to the government of the federation was appointed, everybody went there. What is the difference? Plantation. And I told them I wanted to set up palm plantation in Nigeria, and they can come and help me do it. They said no, unless if I have a minimum of 25,000 hectares of land. Where will you get 25,000 hectares? Then I was still in office with all the paraphernalia of office. Everybody ran away. They thought it was EFCC that was coming to arrest them. It was at nightfall that I learned that the story that Malaysia came to Nigeria to take our palm was rubbish. It was not true. The true story was that in Malaysia in the 60s, they were having problem with their palm plantation. And they look around and discover that they have something similar to Nigeria environment. And they came here. A joint research team was set up. And eventually what they discovered that we know now as the Tenera hybrid, which starts fruiting by 3.5 years, was jointly developed by Malaysia and Nigeria. They went back with their own portion of the Tenera hybrid. Nigeria had its own. Today, Malaysia has a minimum of 8.3 million acres of palm plantation, led by Indonesia with 8.4. Ask me what Nigeria has. 2.2 million, with 80% of it in the wild, not the one that was cultivated, the one you and I inherited from our farm, our parents' farmland. 80% of the 2.2. What is the essence of this story? The research we are talking about and the results are not even being properly used. They are not being properly used. Just about 2 weeks ago, I sent one of my farm managers to NIFO to go and collect my seedling that I was about to plant some few weeks back. The whole of NIFO will get 10 million naira capital project every year for an institution that is supposed to be raising a minimum of 20 million hybrid seedling every year. Maybe maximum in a year they will raise just 50,000. What is the effect of all this? There is a way out. And I'll begin to say it. Session has proposed one. Please henceforth make a deliberate effort to make sure that industry practitioners in different fields are incorporated into your teaching. It's important. There are so many things we know in industry, in different industries, that can never be taught in school. For the past 3 months now, I've been looking for IT manager for my hotel in Oshogbo. We couldn't find any. That's the truth. People will say people read computer science. No, it's a lie. We couldn't. We advertise every day. They say they should have CCNA, ATIP or something. We couldn't find people who have these things. And that is when you know that even common streaming on television is a core part of computer or IT matters. We couldn't. So if you collaborate with industries, we will be able to see whether we can get such people from, and they have beautiful salary. With apology to the academia, even better than what professors will earn at times. But we don't have. So make sure that you bring in industry professionals into teaching. They will be able to collaborate with you. One of the few things I told Dr. Jen Lola that day was, if after 60 years, should I be able to at least compile the list of all students up to 1,000 minimum, who can give a minimum of 5 to 10 million in a year without being proud. And one of them, if you have a list of 1,000 former students who can give a minimum of 5 to 10 million naira a year, that's a minimum of 5 to 10 billion naira. We are not interested in to come and sit down with you to come and start administering such money. We have our own headache outside that we are facing. Schools, ivory tower, the way somebody described universities, he said ivory tower. How did he describe it? He said retreat from realities of life. Is that the definition that you want to live with? When you retreat from realities of life. The reality of life is that whatever you teach in school, once it does not contribute to the development outside, has no meaning. So don't let us retreat from realities of life. Let's begin to bring ourselves to that life by making sure that our impact is felt outside. I'm happy to be here today. And I know it's the beginning of what we are going to share together, because I've been looking for a way to give back. Mine is, when people come to me, go and establish school, there is money there. I said, no, I'm not going to establish any school for one singular reason. He said he paid 19 naira. The highest money I paid in Ife in those days was 14 naira 50 kobo. 10 naira student union affairs, 2 naira 50 kobo exam fee, 2 naira administrative. It's not more than that. So why will I now, when I was trained by Nigerian society, why will I now go and establish school collecting huge money from other people's children? I'm not going to do that. But we're going to look for a way to give back to school. If I come, yes, I've served at the highest level of government in Nigeria. None of you can tell me what government is all about. It's me that can lecture you on how Nigerian government runs. Go and do that. It's a first assignment. If the VC had been here, that is what I would have told him, and that would have been my own value today. Go back to your record since 1962. Won't you be able to list the names of 1,000 people? I won't help you to do that. On my fingertip, I can count 5 of my friends who will be able to give that kind of money. You wouldn't know they have it. They will give. And at that point, you will begin to know how to relate with the outside world. Then number 2, when we come in to seek for knowledge, like I did some few months back, attend to us promptly. It's not that I've not been making bread. My father was a carpenter baker when we were young, so we had our local bread thing. But today, like I said, with a modern bakery, I wanted to be proud of the fact that I got this recipe from Ife, because Ife bread in those days from FSCT was the best I can find anywhere. Finally, this one to our students. Please, education is not a scam. Education is not a scam. It depends on whether you actually want to use education to better your life, to better your environment, and to better the country as a whole. I started reading Reader Digest as a 17-year-old boy in secondary school. Maybe you don't know what that is. It's a foreign magazine. After 2 years, I added Newsweeks and Times. After some few years, for close to 30 years, I don't miss newspapers. I was training myself on what I wanted to be. What I wanted to be in life is simple. Me, I don't know your own program. Me, I'd always wanted to be a multimillionaire. I don't care. Well, if you say somebody is, I don't care. But I know through my education I will get there. You prepare yourself for life. And that was why when for the first time in the history of Nigerian democracy, I started presiding as one of the presiding officers of the National as an engineer. That job is a job of one, a lawyer, or somebody who is well versed in the legislative matters. But as an engineer, I'm proud to say that my tenure as deputy speaker, I am probably one of the best and the most brilliant person Nigeria has ever produced as deputy speaker. Go and find out there. Go and find out there. They know when I talk, they listen. They listen because I prepared myself, not minding the fact that I'm a trained engineer. So education is not a scam. It depends on which direction you face. Get educated properly, not certificated. When you go out of school, that is the end and the beginning and the end of your certificate. What you are going to use in the wider world is your education, and that is motivated. So on this note, I'm happy to be back here. This is my second time to be back at this level. First time I was in office when Professor Omojola was being sent off as a retired professor. Professor Omojola was the only professor we had in mechanical engineering in those days. Those were nice people who taught us. But I did something that is smart, which some of you should do. You don't need to hate every of your lecturer. I'm able to detach myself from personal relationship with any lecturer and my education so that I don't end up hating anybody. If you fail me, it's on you. It doesn't matter to me. If I pass you, it doesn't matter because I know what I've come here to do is to learn. And I don't have to hate anybody. And that's why I relate very well with my former teachers. Me too, I'm getting old. It's not because my teachers are sitting there does not mean I'm a young man. By October 2nd, I will be 63. So, so on a final note, thank you for inviting me. I don't know whether this one requires any form of assistance, but what I would tell ICP, Abi, ICP, what I will tell you today is that you can, I won't say you can rely or lean on us, but I want to contribute. I want to make sure that your programs, but it must be targeted, it must be focused. If you are sure of what you want to do at any point in time, I might not be able to do it once, But every year, if you are sure what you want to do, every year, I will be giving you 5 million naira on targeted things. Every year, I will be doing that. It has to be your program. And I must know what it's all about and what we are going to get as the end result. I must know that. Don't forget that I'm a top administrator. So even if you are a professor, you still have to learn some administration. So I know how money is being spent. So it has to be targeted. It has to be of in Nigeria is that they will go to World Bank, African Development Bank, collective offices. At the end of the day, the loan is spent on administration. Whereas the real cost of the loan itself is left untouched. But as long as you can identify or you already identify what you want to do and money is part of the problem, hi, Lasun Yusuf, every year starting from this moment, we'll be giving 5 million naira towards that. That is the only way I want to come back into education. Since I've decided all my life that I'm not going to build school because Nigerian society.
We can do much better. Two. Increase the volume of this thing. Yes. Let's sit down. I just decided to give you the microphone, sir. And I thank God I did that. But let me answer a few of your questions, sir, or a few of your posters to the university administration. We've been compiling the list of the alumni, but we decided that each department should do that because they know their children much better. The Central University Administration has assigned advancement, stand up. Central University Administration compilation of Great Ife alumni members. Even, sir, the university administration has decided that in medicine, the Dean of the Clinical Science is here and is also the chairman committee of all the deans. So we've decided and we've started that during the tenure of the immediate past Vice Chancellor. All medical doctors who are in the administration outside the teaching hospitals are brought to the university to teach the practical aspects. In Faculty of Law, we have retired judges, serving judges, and senior advocates of Nigeria who are teaching our law students the practical examples of everything pro bono in Ife. So in the name of the Vice Chancellor, I'm calling on you too, sir, and my Major General, sir, whatever you can do for the university, I will tell the DVC admin who represented the Vice Chancellor, or I tell the Vice Chancellor myself directly and I'll give him the fee of everything that happened here. Professor Lasun, yes, Professor Right Honorable Lasun Yusuf. I'm assuring you, sir, that the Vice Chancellor will get across to you in person. I can assure you of that. The Aispi will write you a letter of appreciation, but university will write a formal letter of appreciation because Aispi is under the central administration of the university. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate all of you. We appreciate the Nigerian Navy. We appreciate the Nigerian Army. We appreciate the political class. And we appreciate the academia. The Vice Chancellor of Bamdele Lumila University is here, saddled between political and military administration. Put your hands together once again for him as well. I want to call on the dance performance by seniors in Ife, and the director, please come forward here, sir. So we want to appreciate everybody, particularly our guests who are here. I know you're welcome. Abro, that didn't call. May I request that we stand for the national anthem? We'll take the second stanza, which is the... Immediately after this, please come. O God of creation, direct our noble cause. La, 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 la. Let's go. O God of creation, direct our noble cause. Guide our leaders right, ever you the truth to know. In love and honesty to grow, and living just and true. Great lofty height attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Thank you very much. The performance, please come forward.
Behind the scene, they know they see you. You they walk, you they try, you they make sure say everything go dey okay. Tole we dey hail you. We say Oluwa no go shame you. O serere la fi pa ele o. Ọmọlúwàbí serere o tún baraka.
Hello.
You're doing well, oh my
Please, the
brother.
presenters, please can you submit your PowerPoint here? This event in this hall, which is the parallel session, is taking place in the next 5 minutes. So if you want to attend this parallel session here, you can stay behind. And then the chairman is here already, Professor Lawa. But then the other end over there at the ACE Annex, that's another parallel session will be taking place there as well, which the chairman is also around, Professor Aberejo. Please, if you are in for that session also, for the one that will be taking place in ACE Annex over there, just when you step out of this hall, ensure that you gather there now and then you present your PowerPoint to the person on the console. Thank you so much.
I forgot how to see love in everything. I forgot totally. My brother say he love me, I love him too. My man call me honey, I call him boo. But my neighbor no like me, I hate him too. A man call me stupid, I call him fool. Cause I forgot how to love the way you asked me to. Remind me how to la 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 la. To la 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 la. I forgot how to give those who are in need. So selfish of me. Even when it got too hard for me to care, I forgot how to try. My baby says she hungry, I give her food. I tell her I will do anything for you. But a stranger say, please, I no get you. I look am like this, say, who are you? Cause I forgot how to love the way you asked me to. Remind me how to la 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 la. To la 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 la. La 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 la. to love me. Joro me, baby. Joro me, joro. Kilo de, oh. Why you know they call me? Kilo de, baby. Kilo de, joro. I dey give you signal. Joro me. Why you know they see me? Joro me. I give you green light to tire. Joro me, joro. I'm a kilo babu, oh. May you know they fumble, oh. I go shoot my shot to your Joro. So Joro, baby, take my number. Take my number. You know you can call me later. Call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. Be your lover. Oh, baby, call me later. Call me later. For la people, CBO. Talk to your friend, oh. Joro me, baby, oh. Joro me, joro. Shebi walo sọ fún mi. You talk say you like me. I be rolling wagon. Kilo de joro. I dey give you signal. Joro me. She you know they see me. Joro me. I give you green light fire. Joro me, joro. Ọmọ kilo babu, oh. Joro me. Come my love fumble, oh. I go shoot my shot to you, Joro. So Joro, baby, take my number. Take my number. You know you can call me later. Call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. Be your lover. Oh, baby, call me later. Call me later. Just call me, baby, mine. You're a baby, take my number, oh. Take my number. Maybe you can call me later. Call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. Be your lover. Oh, baby, call me later. Call me later. Baby, me, oh, kilo shele go go. Take my number. I dey wait for you sincerely, mama. Call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. Oh, baby, call me later. Call me later. Hey, you dey walk, oh, you dey pray, you dey push, oh, every day. You dey try, oh, no be play, but your hustle never pay. And you think say God, you know dey for your side, and you want to find another way to prosper. You think say God, you know just get your time. A beauty gbàgbé ìlérí t'Olúwa ṣe. Àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá o. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà o. Àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá o. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà o. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa. Àní ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa. Lọ́wọ́ Olúwa, yeah. You dey wait for your lover, you want to marry. You dey vex your time, don't go. You dey ask your please no forget you. You think say God in order for your side, and you want to find another way to prosper. And you think say God in order just get your time. I'll be on Tigbabe, Ileri Toluwa ṣe. Nobody knows tomorrow. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà. Àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá o. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa. Àní ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa. Lọ́wọ́ Olúwa, yeah. Àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà. Àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló máa wà. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ó. Iṣẹ́ mi yá. Mo ní ọ̀rọ̀ mi ó. Lọ́wọ́ Olúwa, ọlá mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà. Gbogbo ẹbí mi, ará ilé mi, ìfẹ́ ọkàn mi. Àní ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa, lọ́wọ́ Olúwa, yeah. Lọ́wọ́. Waiting be love if you know they, if you know they, it's really not the same. Oh no, I never thought that I could love anybody the way that I love you so completely. Oh my baby, you are the fool me liar. You give me joy, and nobody knows me more. Nobody knows me more than you, oh baby. 'Cause I love me wrong. No one can please me more. No one can please me more than you. If I don't get you, it's like the sun without the light. It's like the moon without the night. 'Cause I need you in my life. If I don't get you, it's like faith without belief. Like a heart without a beat. What's a heart without a beat? Waiting be love if you know show. If you know show. Like water when no they flow. Oh, I never knew. Say one day now you will go be mine forever. I want you so completely. Oh my baby, oh, you are the family, oh, you make me smile. Nobody loves you more. Nobody loves you more than me, my baby, my baby. 'Cause they love me wrong. No one, and no one can please you more. No one can please you more than me. If I don't get you, it's like the sun without the light. It's like the moon without the night. 'Cause I need you in my life. If I don't get you, it's like faith without belief. Like a heart without a beat. What's a heart without a beat? If I don't get you, it's like the sky without the stars. If I don't get you, it's not love if we're apart. If I don't get you, what did I go do? 'Cause I need you in my life. If I don't get you, it's like a heart without a beat. Without you, I know go feet. 'Cause what's a heart without a beat? The word around town is that you're back in town, and I try not to think about it. I try, but it's been so long, and I thought I moved on, but now I really doubt it. I do. I wonder why you even come. It's almost like you're having fun with me. But oh, if I set my eyes on you, it's unavoidable. How come undone? Oh, I thought you were gone for good. So why you have to pull me back? Maybe you say you won't be coming back. Oh, damn you, this is really bad. Maybe you say you were gone for good. What did you do wrong? 'Cause you knew all along I was doing okay without you. You know, make I try to move on. Try, your heart is too strong. Can't be with you and can't be without you. Didn't be, say I wonder why you even come. Oh, it's almost like you're having fun with me. But oh, if I set my eyes on you, it's unavoidable. I'll come undone. Oh, I thought you were gone for good. So why you have to pull me back? Maybe you say you won't be coming back. Oh, damn you, this is really bad. Maybe you say you're gone for good. Tell me why you have to pull me back. Maybe you say you won't be coming back. Oh, damn you, this is really bad. Maybe you say you're gone for good. Tell me why you come back, you. Say you won't make I back in my load you. Tell me why you come back. Tell me why. Say you won't make I back. You won't make I run, oh baby, oh. All over you they find you. Say you won't make I back. You won't make I run, oh baby. Maybe now you tell me, say you are gone for good, oh. Maybe now you tell me goodbye, baby, oh. Maybe now you tell me, say you are gone for good, yeah. Tell me goodbye, baby. Maybe now you tell me, say you are gone for good, oh. Maybe now you tell me goodbye, baby. Oh, goodbye, baby. Goodbye, baby, oh. Why'd you have to bring me back here? So long, baby. That's what you told me. So did you really have to come back, baby? I'm just an ordinary girl sitting in a hallway, no go force you to like what you see, yeah. Because I come in peace, and I'm at peace, and that's all I need, yeah. Everything's not for everyone, and that is okay. You gotta take me as I am. I'll be better, but I'll never be somebody else. Baby, hey, wherever you go, be yourself. You can never be somebody else. Yeah, whatever you do, you better be true. No matter the pressure, be yourself. I talk a little too much. I got it from my mama, got it from Shala, yeah. My baby tell me, I guess it's drama. Whatever. Oh, I do the best I can, cause I believe in karma. Oh, no. Maga don't pay me, no, I pay my maga. You see, now so the thing be, me, I no go force you to like what you see, yeah. Because I come in peace, so, and I'm at peace, and that's all I needed. See, everything's not for everyone, and that is okay. Just take me as I am. I'll do better, but I'll never be somebody else. Hey, wherever you go, be yourself. You can never be somebody else. Yeah, whatever you do, you better be true. No matter the pressure, be yourself. See, nobody perfect, no be like. I've got flaws I can't deny, but everybody getting personality, yeah. Personality, yeah. My guy make you live your life, oh. Person will love you, go love you, die. But you can never satisfy society, oh. Society, oh. Oh, wherever you go, just be yourself. You can never be somebody else. Whatever you do, you better be true. No matter the pressure, be yourself.
Hello, testing, microphone. I'm here. Bí ẹ fi ń pamọ́ sí rẹ̀. Can somebody help me? Those who are presenting. Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I think we can start now. Okay, once again, good afternoon. Let me first of all commend the effort of the organizers of this program, and that is African Institute for Science Policy and Innovation. And also want to Really appreciate the various addresses delivered during the opening session. They are very stimulating, at the same time also eye-opening. And it's also a kind of challenge, even to us in academics, and especially the one that has been thrown to IFED by Right Honorable Lasun Yusuf. Definitely, I believe also that the faculty members from the institute definitely will really accept even the challenge and begin to do something that will actually make even the man to interact more with the university. So what we're about doing now is the technical session, and basically 4 papers, and to be delivered by, of course, combination of authors. And then, so the first one is on industrial extension support services and the performance of small and medium scale enterprises in Nigeria. I'm so much interested in this one, to be delivered by Dr. A.D. Dada and Professor Tio Ashaolu. So I think we can have you even on the other seat there, so that then after that we have another on industrial analysis and corporate performance of quoted companies in Nigeria, to be delivered by Grace Ojo Emmanuel, Valentina Thompson Adewale, Joseph Pius Emeka, and Rahila Christopher Wakawa. Sorry, I don't know which one of them is around, which of the authors is around here. Which of the authors is around? Okay, so maybe we should just go to the next one. Then, of course, there's also a paper on refertilizing entrepreneurship in Nigeria, gazelles and SMEs, to be delivered by Dr. Folashade Akinyemi. Of course, he's around here. So can you move to the high table? Thank you. And the last but not the least paper here is on an examination of the impact of financial sector development on economic growth and poverty reductions in Nigeria, to be delivered by Unima Kinde John Akintayo and Kozim Fasoye. So do we have the authors? Yeah, Unima Kinde. So we only have 2 presenters. So without wasting time, well, let's agree. I want to give you 15 minutes or 20 minutes or less for your presentation, and at the end of the day, we can also contribute either by, because the essence and the beauty of presenting one's work, presenting one's work even in kind of conference, is to improve even on that work. So it's not as if one is trying even to destroy whatever has been said, but just even to improve on that work. So that at the end of the day, by the time you are now submitting such paper, either for publications in any of the journals, of course, some of the areas that maybe you have not noticed actually might have been pointed out. So please, I want to encourage that those of us that are here, that let's listen attentively and be ready to contribute to help even all these speakers. So we have been informed that the maximum time is going to be 15 minutes. So, and the first presenter is going to be Dr. Dada, an associate professor in the Federal University of Technology, Akure. Okay, sorry. I don't have it. Okay, let me just quickly use this one. I don't have it. I said to give me one. Okay. Well, we have also discussants who will discuss even the papers. We have with us Dr. Tio Olakosi to come up here. He's also an associate professor. Very soon will come even to our house, even to come and eat rice, because the thing will soon be pronounced. So please, let's put our hands together for her, even to. Please can come up here to come and sit down with the chairperson here. Thank you. And at the same time also we have Dr. I.O. Oyebola to also come up. Dr. Oyebola, are you here? Can sit down. So you're welcome. Yeah. So without wasting time now, we have Dr. Dada to present his paper on industrial extension support services and the performance of small and medium-scale enterprises in Nigeria. Thank you. Take the mic here.
the chairman at this occasion, the discussants and colleagues. As we have been told, this paper is looking at the linkage between industrial extension services and the development of small and medium-scale enterprises as far as Nigeria is concerned. There's no doubt that the role of SMEs in national development cannot be overemphasized in times of job creation, economic dynamism, acceleration of economic development, and the likes. To this, the Nigerian government has made efforts since 1970, to be specific, in making sure that there are plethora of initiatives that could improve this aspect for sustainability of our economy. However, with all the several policies that have been formulated through enterprise support services, studies have been carried out to look at how much different factors have affected the development of small and medium-scale enterprises, looking at finance, looking at technology, looking at entrepreneurial know-how of the operators. In recent time, myself and my group, will look at how much the 21st century critical skills had imparted on the development and sustainability of small and medium-scale enterprises and the likes. Indeed, people have carried out study to look at how COVID-19 has affected. And the gap to be filled in this study to see how, not only how industrial extension has affected, but how much industrial extension services has affected the impact. What do we mean by industrial extension services? They are activities which can be in form of knowledge, technology, and services by both public and private organizations that can enhance industrial performances. The mechanism by which industrial extension services may come through enterprise training, consulting, group discussion with enterprise operators, and so on and so forth. And the effort has been made by knowledge institutions, universities in particular, by some institute within university system, by organizations even in the private sectors, in ensuring that these services are given to SMEs with a view to improving on their performances, as well as to affect the sustainability of the development of economy. Of course, Oyeyinka in 2017 established in his lecture in FUTA that Nigerian government has really tried in investing much in technology and capital-intensive projects. Several, such as industrial support institutions like Export Promotion Council, establishing institutions like Smeldan, Nigeria Industrial Development Bank, Species Industrial Development, Constitution Bureau, and the likes, with a view to assisting the SMEs. The fact still remains that even the government of the day is not looking out of how industrial extension services could assist in the development of the economy. So, but the main thrust of our paper today is to assist in stimulating policy debate. While our awardees were talking, the lead emphasis and the lead speaker, which I met when I came in, they were talking about industrial extension, particularly because nations that have grown industrially don't joke. Studies have shown they don't joke with the industrial extension services, whereby the strength between the knowledge-based institution and industrial players have been strengthened from time to time through policy and others. In this paper, we review some works. The methodology that was adopted was to carry out reviews of some work that have been done in various parts on how industrial extension services. So it's a literature review work. The first thing we'll be looking at, SME and sustainable development, as far as Nigeria is concerned. In the efforts of the government at different levels to support industrial players and activities through industrial extension services, there's no doubt that studies have established that there is an improvement in the activities of the industrial players over the time through several agencies and organizations that have been put in place. However, knowledge institutions are limited by some challenges. There are plethora of challenges. I am not always happy mentioning funding as the major challenge as far as the challenges we are facing in institutions. There's no doubt that we have funding challenge. But the major challenge that we have as an institution of knowledge generation for SME, for us to link ourselves together, is the environment. The environment is not actually very conducive for us, apart from the funding. As we know, by the time we generate our R&D output, which can be turned to innovation, because R&D is crucial to innovation and diffusion all over the world, because it is the innovation transforms the R&D result into useful products or even processes that can be diffused to end users. We still have the challenge of, like I said, the environment conduciveness. And the issue of the funding itself cannot be overemphasized. Nigeria, as of today, is less than 0.2% of our GDP, while the World Bank is making a suggestion at the minimum of 1%. Professor Faborode was still at FUTA with us last week making a presentation. He even told us that it's less than 0.11 today. And this is one of the challenges from institutions of learning, knowledge institution. However, over 18% of the SME that we sample in Ondo State in one of our studies confirmed that they have received support services from their government in one of our studies. And in some other studies too, a number of support has been received in form of training, majorly in form of training. In fact, in our whole university, through our Entrepreneurial Development Center, we do train from time to time some of the industrial players as a way of our industrial extension services to our immediate community. However, most of the research output from our tertiary institution also do not get to the SMEs for industrial development of the country, because our research can only generate income. While the chairman and myself were discussing there, he was telling me that his own institute here will be interested in this type of work, because there is a dedicated even academy on industrial extension services, which I know from time to time. But I was also telling him that, well, while his own submission was that as researchers, there is the need for us to go to industry to identify what challenges they do face before we conduct our research. I was equally telling him that why that has been done. We do experiment that in our university. We also have a dedicated center that is well funded by the university, even from our IGR, whereby we go to the industry. But I told him that one of the research that we conducted, the industrial sector seems not to be believing much in the knowledge institution. This is not to say that we are getting zero patronage to the knowledge institution. So the role of R&D institution in promoting innovation, creativity, and competence among SME is still very, very vital in developing countries like ours, Nigeria. So for us, according to Faborode, engaging society and transforming it for the better has always been central to operation of universities. I was also telling him the story of Bill Dohat in the United States, specifically December 12 in 1980, whereby an act was set up for researchers to conduct research with government funding. But the royalty of the research goes to the researcher. So that serves as a motivation. Apart from the conducive environment for conducting research and development from time to time, researchers were so much interested in going out to the industrial sector to find out what are their problems. At the end of the day, when the research is conducted, even with the government funding, which is available to them, the royalty, that's the benefit, is being shared among the researchers. So you see that development are coming up. So in other words, even for us too, there is the engaging of our society and transforming it for better has always been the main operation of the university. Without wasting our time, we have our challenges, like I was saying in the slides here. The weak university industry linkage, we don't need to pay much attention to that. Low research capacity, few patents and few link between research output and patent, and so on and so forth. We also find out, despite the fact that the R&D output is not, the linkage of the R&D output and the industrial sector is not much. In one of our studies by my humble self and two of my colleagues, we found out that the gross expenditure on R&D still be on the government. In a study that we conducted among 250 researchers that we conducted, more than 80% of it is still coming from government. And we also found out that the donation and endowment from individuals is still very, very low. Now, the industrial extension services from research institutions, we also conducted among food and beverage industry. Indeed, I pioneered that to look at what forms are the services that are being rendered by knowledge institutions to the industrial actor. And in our table 2 here, what we still find is that training and information dissemination services is still major, and the list is still development of new products by the knowledge institution. And that is obvious because the funding is not available, the equipment are not available, and other variables that could serve as, in terms of infrastructural extension support services to SMEs, which is in form of facility and the likes. If you see table 3 here, when we conducted study to look at how the SMEs are being supported industrial-wisely in terms of extension, what most of them said that where there is an improvement in telecommunication, of course, that is obvious. We know that under the former president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, there was a lot of improvement in our telecommunication. Easy access to market. We have large market for the product according to them in form of support. But in terms of technical support, it's still very low, and that is still obvious. It's still an obvious reason. By way of conclusion, industrial extension for SMEs in Nigeria, though have improved little over the years, but because government has fairly put in place several schemes, such as Nigeria Export Promotion Council, Nigeria Industrial Bank, Nigeria Agricultural Bank, for financing SME to stimulate growth and general development. These agencies are promoting both financial and technical support for SMEs in Nigeria. But then, Nigeria should build, expand, and enhance the support for SME capacity. The SMEs still need, especially the micro, still need a whole lot of capacity building through extension services, especially from the knowledge institution. there is the need for policy intervention to encourage R&D institutions to adequately support the SMEs. You don't give what you have. When Right Honorable Lasson was speaking here, it was stimulating. But then maybe because he's a university graduate to some extent, as an engineer, he may understand what the importance of the linkage. But it seemed the maker of the policy themselves still need to have broader knowledge to formulate, to promulgate and formulate, to formulate policies that can encourage and make it favorable for the industrial extension services in Nigeria. We hope that the government in power will be able to do that without wanting to do our time. For us as universities, there is no better time that is critical than now. I'm rounding up now, than as of today, that the knowledge is needed. On our home part too, the government should monitor our activities, as one of our recommendations here, that monitoring of government industrial extension services for SME is germane for sustainable development. I appreciate you.
Sorry, please, can we appreciate Dr. Dada once again? Thank you so much. Well, I think since we don't have two more speakers, just only two of you, I don't know, is it going to be, where is the third person? The other Johnny, okay. So I'm just, okay.
So what I'm saying is that as a speaker there, she has two papers. So when she finishes there,
she's coming here, okay. Okay. So I'm just.
Okay, yeah, it's good we take them one by one.
Okay, okay. So, thank you so much. I believe that we've listened even to his presentation, and at the same time also, maybe there's one or two areas that we really want to contribute. I want to ask him even a question, so that on the basis of that, you can have a better understanding of exactly what he's trying to present. Any question, please, or comment? Question? Okay. Well, let me start by, okay, thank you, Dr. Awule. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. I think I'm loud enough. Thank you, Dr. Dada, for your presentation. I would just like to ask, where can we place these extension services in the national innovation system? That's just my question. Where do we sit them in the ecosystem of national innovation system? Because we have said a good number of things that would facilitate interaction between all these government, industry, and academia, and all of that. So I just want to check. Do we say that they are nested, or they are a subset of the academia, or what? So that's a simple question.
Do I attend to that before others? Well, actually, extension services, we know that before the advent of triple helix, the national innovation system has four major actors. That's the knowledge institution, where we university develop. We have the industrial actors, we have the government actors who make the policy, and the finance actor. The major thing that a national innovation system does is to exchange information, as well as give support where needed. The support may be in form of policy, it may be in form of infrastructure, it may be in form of finance and the likes, and it may be in form of the knowledge that we as knowledge institutions are supposed to give. So to answer your question, it's all encompassing. It's among all the actors. It's a conscious effort by all the actors within the national innovation system as one of the drivers of the activities to assist the other person. Because as much as the knowledge institution where we belong need the policy support to carry out what we do to improve on our activities, the same way there is need for us to extend our knowledge to the industrial sector, while the industrial sector ourselves need the support in terms of extension from the finance sector. So it's all encompassing within the National Innovation System. Thank you.
During the presentation, I could gather that you said the extension services had increased, maybe in a little way. But my question would be that to what extent? Because as a participant in the SMEs sector in Nigeria, I think we haven't seen much movement towards the positive direction. The last time we were told to go do business proposals and open accounts, and I could say here that about 90% of those that I know, we actually went to Smedan, we did a course, a 3 days course, and about maybe 95% of people that I have contact with didn't really get anything from the government. And so when you said it has improved, I want to know to what extent. And maybe let me just round up that.
All right, I appreciate your question. What I'm trying to do is that I told you that industrial extension services actually in Nigeria started around 1970. And then when it started, the knowledge of industrial extension now cannot be compared with what we have then. What I mean by increase, we may not be able to say empirically from this percent to this percent now. But I know, and I want you to know, just like I have said, industrial extension services is not only in financing. Of course, financing is an act, is just a unit. Now, Smedan called you for a 3-day training. It's an industrial extension services in a way to improve on what you are doing. Of course, Smedan, I know, I'm a consultant to Smedan at some levels. Now, what Smedan will do, the last time I was in their office, I picked them on this same question you said. They said, Dr. Dada, you are part of us in Smedan, you are this and that. Bring your students. They come with their brilliant ideas. The only thing is that we deal with those that have graduated. The same thing with, what do you call it? This bank, Bank of Industry. They said that your university will only be a guarantor. We retrieve the certificate and we give all the support. I said, can you be specific about the support? They also mentioned finance. I said, see, I've been dealing with Smelda for more than a decade. And I know that you give the training, you give all the training. Sometimes you ask us to come and train. But what I want to say is that I'm very sure that to some extent, the participant in such a training would have gained one thing in order that can improve. That is part of industrial extension services. Last year, I don't know specifically, late last year, Professor Akarakiri and Dr. Lakposi and other researchers conducted a study for research, a form of training for youth corps member. I was one of the speakers there. I spoke in the same hall here. Well, at the end of my paper, you see a number of corpers that came to me at this corner and said, sir, you have opened our mind to many engineering students, finance students, and the like. That is still part of industrial extension services. Like I said, in my own university, from time to time, we gather these people together, the artisan, for them to improve. But when you also look at our study, I think in table 2, you see that the highest that we still have now is in form of training and information sharing. In others, I believe that we have started somewhere. We can still improve on that, but relatively, we have a better. You see that many of our graduates now, don't let me say most, many of our graduates now, as they are leaving the university, are coming with brilliant ideas because of some of the training that we are given to them. In SAR, Center for Industrial Research and Development, that translates to, my friend, IFES. All right, now, where our chairman is currently the director and the head of department, there is a radio program, I don't know whether that is still on now, where they do, even in Yoruba language, They tell people how they can improve on their business. That's the part of industrial extension side. So it may not come in form of finance now, but in form of training, information dissemination, there's a lot of improvement on that.
So thank you, Dr. Dada, for your presentation. When I got your paper, I read through and I made some comments. But while giving us your presentation, I discovered a lot of improvements in that paper. Well, I have a whole lot here, but you have addressed most of it. But let me just say this: in your methodology, it's like linking your results with methodologies. It's like what is coming out from your result is a bit different from your methodology. I think you need to do some adjustment in that. Then I look at you didn't give us the location of your respondents. The location of your respondent was not there. Then who were they? You didn't tell us. The sampling size, sampling techniques, all these were not given to us. Please, I will want you to look at those things so that in case you still need to send the paper to a journal, at least all this information will be useful. So thank you. Like I said, a lot of improvement has been made on this. All right.
I said it the other time. This is not a survey. This study is not a survey. This is secondary. All the data you see here are secondary. They are secondary data. So in terms of the sample size, we didn't administer any research instrument to anybody. All of these data are just coming from an existing studies that we have conducted that we are just bringing to support what we know about industrial extension services. So it's a literature review study. So they are secondary data. Yeah.
So let me just continue from that. I saw that it is a literature review, but there are some things I did not see there. Let me first commend you, your effort, because to put up a paper like that is not a one-day's job. So you have done well. But there are some things I would have expected to see in a literature review. I saw tables of the papers you reviewed, but your inclusion criteria is not there. Inclusion, exclusion. So what informed the papers you reviewed? Then how long did you carry out the retrieving of the papers? Then the location is still very important, even though you did not administer questionnaire. The location where those studies were carried out, we would like to know, because you know results of research may differ depending on the geographical location. So things like that. There is nothing wrong in still putting a section on methodology. You know, there was a paper I published with Baba. Baba was the editor. So he sent it back to me. He said, give me the methodology. And I thank God I did that. Professor Aberejo. You don't know him, he said, Baba. So it will enhance that paper if you put that methodology, how the search engines that you used to access those papers and things like that. So it's a very good paper. I commend you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dada, for your beautiful presentation. Let me just say one or two things. The very first one is, though I've made mention of that by the time we were discussing that time, is that there's no, you did not even, because as you said, industrial extension services actually starts as far back in 1970. And I want to say that Obafemi University, then through Center for Industrial Research Development, actually started even the whole thing, because we were able to receive the assistance of UNIDO and UNDP to set up industrial extension services offices within the former Kwara State, the former Oyo State, the former Ondo State, and also even within Ife here. So, which means that there's the need even to slate people consult, because there's a part of the contribution to OAU at 60. You know, I can send even the whole package to you, whatever. You see even some of the things that institute have actually done when the Center for Industrial Research and Development. Now, another thing I want to raise is about what is going to be the practical way to actually gain the confidence of the industrialists. Because as you have raised it, that yes, you don't have confidence in us. Yes, it is true, because over the years, because we have really, the knowledge sector, we have really moved ourselves away from them. So but now, if you really want to really go back and establish a relationship, then there must be some kind of practical way of doing that. Or else we continue to now complain and say, yes, they don't appreciate it on this or whatever. But definitely we have something. Then how do we then woo them for them to now begin to appreciate what we have? So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Prof, for those observations. They are well noted, but let me quickly comment on the last one. Currently, without deceiving ourselves, we don't have the confidence of the industrial sector, notwithstanding, efforts are being made to do. There have been a suggestion anyway, since I was even in NASA term, that researchers should begin to look at industrial sabbatical, whereby when we go to the industry, instead of me, I'm looking for sabbatical leave now. I've never thought of it anyway. I have visited SYC University for my sabbatical leave in recent time. I'm going to head my headship in 31st of July, so I want to go for sabbatical. But everywhere I've contacted have been universities. I've not even have, the orientation of saying that I can do something in the industrial sector. I think for me and for my colleagues, we should begin to look at industrial sabbatical, whereby we have direct interaction. That's the purpose of extension, actually, whereby we can interact and come to the level of those industrial players. And from there, staying with them for a year, 1.5 years, can build their confidence in what we do. Then secondly, I think to a little extent, what your IFS was doing, that I used to know that you were doing, by disseminating information on how SME engagement can be improved in vernacular, in local language, I'm sure can also build the confidence of the industrial actors, especially those at the macro level. And I believe that over time, the confidence will be built if we engage ourselves in such activities, so that they can see us as part of them, as we'll also see them as part of us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. When you were speaking, you said, you can correct me, I want to clarify before I speak. You said the aim of the paper is to stimulate policy debate. Did you say that? Is that okay?
For improved engagement of industrial actors and that of
it is that policy debate I want to pick on. The policy debate. How do you plan to convey your message to policymakers where real policy debate could take place?
Thank you, Matt. Let me say that, let me speak from the perspective of my own university, Federal University of Technology, Akure. we have devised a method, and I think OAU too is following that same trend that we can see here. If you look at actors of innovation system, the only one that I'm not sure we have here is actors in the finance sector. But for looking at the triple helix, we have the three here. In a way, the information is conveyed, partly in a way, because the man who is from the policy segment of the nation himself, despite the fact that he was saying he wasn't contacted, I'm sure he was motivated, and that's what led him to give him some advice of a university having a database of his alumni. You understand? So we are doing the same thing in the university. So what we do majorly in FUTA now is that we use what the man is asking you to do now. We are already doing it in FUTA. You can come and learn from us anyway. Our alumni, we ensure that from time to time we bring industrial actors who are our alumni plus the policymakers. As I'm speaking with you, there is, all of us are aware of Opolo initiatives. As I'm speaking with you, tomorrow morning we are arranging for Opolo colloquium in Obafemi, in FUTA tomorrow. As soon as I get the link, I can send to all of us. Tomorrow morning, they are going to be with us, where we are having a discourse amongst actors of triple helix. You understand? By that, bringing them together, I was fortunate, I was opportune to present a paper on behalf of Mama Awoshika through Professor Shionbola. He asked Professor Shionbola to present a paper to gamut of actors, all the actors of system of innovation in our largest hall in FUTA. Professor Shionbola was indisposed, so I presented the paper on his behalf. We have 4 commissioners. We have 1 minister. They went away. They were asking me, where have you been? This man, where have you been? We need you to come and speak to us. So by that, through all of these avenues, through all of these platforms, I know the gap between us, the policy actors, policy makers, the industrial actors are getting thinner and thinner every day. So through that debate, in one form or the other, the gap is getting thinner. Thank you.
So please can we appreciate Dr. Dada for that presentation. Thank you very much. But by the time we started even this session, we only have 2 speakers with us. I guess, I don't know whether the 3rd speaker is already around. Yeah. So please can you just move to the high table? Thank you very much. So sorry, are you Onimakide? Is she Onimakide? Okay. Okay, that is great. So Joe Emmanuel. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to invite the second speaker, and that is Dr. Folashade Akinyemi, who will be speaking on revitalizing entrepreneurship in Nigeria, Gazelle and SMEs. So, Dr. Akinyemi, you have the floor. Thank you. Can take 15 minutes, and this is 4 p.m.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, or let's say good evening, everybody. Standing on the existing protocols, I bring greetings from Institute for Entrepreneurship and Development Studies here in Obafemi Awolowo University. So, I'll be talking about revitalizing entrepreneurship in Nigeria. This topic actually is not far-fetched from this clarion call that we have based on the need for innovation, the need for stimulating entrepreneurial activities in Nigeria. I think you can help me. Yeah, thank you very much. So I'll just give an outline, a preamble, and then introduction, statement of the problem, research objectives and questions, the methods, and the findings. First of all, I want to ask, I don't know if any of you have heard about gazelle animals. You know, I don't know what they call it in Yoruba. Sorry, I didn't grow up in the Yoruba environment, but etu, thank you very much, sir. So for those, some of us that are hunters, so that used to, some people have eaten it before, I think. Gazelle animals are known to be very, very fast. They have very great speed. And then it's up to 60 miles per hour. And speed is their main defense against predators. And then have you noticed that some entrepreneurs behave like gazelles? As a matter of fact, I want to first start by establishing that we have a sorry state of interpreting entrepreneurship here in Nigeria. Till date, most of the policies or issues about entrepreneurship we have been clamoring about in Nigeria is not entrepreneurship. It's actually vocational skills. So when you hear the government was trying to introduce entrepreneurship, and what did we see? Tailoring, shoemaking. So there has been a misconception of the concept entrepreneurship in Nigeria. And that's one of the problems that we need to actually address. So these gazelle entrepreneurs, their businesses grow at alarming speed. And then their entrepreneurial activities, they boost the economy at very, very fast rate. So looking at the globe right now, many nations of the world, we are moving from just being innovation economies to knowledge-driven economies. And I will not deceive you. If we have to move at the speed with which advanced economies are moving, we need to bring up enough of gazelle entrepreneurs. Many economies are becoming knowledge-driven, and now we have three categories. We have the advanced economies, right? We have the emerging, we have the developing. Sincerely, most times I ask myself, with the way we are behaving in Nigeria, is it possible for us to move to become advanced economies? The advanced economies too, they are not stopping. They are moving at very, very fast rate as well. Now, looking at Nigeria, yeah, they say Nigeria is an emerging economy. We are blessed with vast human and material. In fact, we are more blessed than most of these advanced economies. But vocational training, it features too much. When you talk about the core meaning of entrepreneurship, we define entrepreneurship amiss. And once the foundation is faulty, you can be sure the structure above it is not going to last. So this brings us now to the next concept. What is the major problem? Why I did this literature review? This is actually a literature review. And I must announce to you, when I searched for gazelle entrepreneurs in Nigeria, my engine kept rolling and rolling. But when I Googled for gazelle entrepreneurs, you can imagine advanced economies. You know Apple. Many of us know Amazon. You know products, all these human beings. They don't have two heads. But some things made them to be very distinct. So the problem here is that gazelle entrepreneurs and businesses are very scarce. I didn't want to say they are inexistent in Nigeria, but they are really scarce. And SME owners and business operators are majorly buyers and sellers, importers. We need innovators. And that is what is going to make us to actually gain speed when you want to move from emerging to advanced economies. So the research questions, what are the gazelles? And I'm almost sure some of us have not really heard about this concept before, and that's why it's a clarion call for us as lecturers or educators to begin to stimulate and identify. If you see some of your students who bring some very good ideas, please don't kill it. Don't kill them. Also try to nurture some of these traits in some of our children and students. So what are the types of entrepreneurial activities that they engage in? And how can they assist in revitalizing entrepreneurship? So the objective, we wanted to highlight how gazelles can be used, to revitalize entrepreneurship in Nigeria. And then I try to highlight some SMEs, how SMEs too can help. But till date, SMEs had always been popular, SMEs, and there has been misplaced priorities. So we need to actually get them back. In the literature review, I talked about some concepts, definition of gazelles, talks about SMEs as well, and then made some distinctions between gazelles and SMEs. I just want to point some here. All gazelles are SMEs. They can start as SMEs, but not all SMEs are gazelle businesses. We have examples. Gazelles grow faster. They grow at alarming rate than the regular SMEs. And they have very uncommon and exceptionally important subset in most new firms. They always make businesses to move from just being on the normal lane to the faster lane. Thank you. The next one. So, part of literature review too, I try to highlight the roles, the importance of gazelles. And sometimes they are described as small. They usually start small, most often. They usually start small, but they grow very, very well. They start out small. They can also come at retail shops, and they are usually innovators as well. And the gazelle entrepreneurs are distinguished by their passion, tenacity, strength, and vigor. Most times when people are talking about entrepreneurship or businesses in Nigeria, many people complain that we have so many unfavorable environmental factors. But I want to put it to you. It's not as if we are justifying those excuses. But no entrepreneur ever had it good from the onset. Entrepreneurship is either you are pushed to it or you are pulled into it. So nobody ever has it beautifully well. If you want to talk about Disney, Walt Disney, the company grew from discomfort, high level of discomfort. All those cartoons, Tom and Jerry, we used to see, they were the mouse and mice that used to live in the little room that he was asked to stay in. Talk about Bill Gates, the people, Apple. People, so it's not as if every of these entrepreneurs had it well. So once you have this passion, the tenacity, you always want to, against all odds. Some of us have these qualities, and when you see people like that, it's better to encourage them. So, before now we talked about SMEs, we all know them. So it's a common say, but the reason for this literature review is that I want us to move from singing SMEs to thinking, considering the concept of gazelle entrepreneurs. These are individuals that can be nurtured, that can also be encouraged. So the research method, I use systematic literature review. Like I said, we hardly have gazelle entrepreneurs around here, So I can't go and start looking for them to interview them. So I had to do a systematic literature review, and it involves 6 stages: planning, literature search, assessing, inclusion and exclusion criteria, quality assessment, data collection, and data analysis. So these are just evidences of the search results. The next one. And then after getting the first lump sum of articles, books on gazelles, then I selected some. So from the findings, I noticed that gazelles are more instrumental than SMEs owners. The increase in the number of gazelles, they are some of the solutions that actually made these advanced economies to stand out and made them to have an edge, And if we want to revitalize entrepreneurship in Nigeria, using the examples from advanced economies, we need both the microeconomic standpoint and the microeconomic standpoint. We need, starting from the policymakers. The government cannot do everything. So from the microeconomic standpoint, talking about policy making, talking about rules, environment, making it conducive or encouraging them. you know. And then, based on the summary of findings, here we have the gazelles at this side, we have the SMEs, and in the middle we have the entrepreneurial environment when the government, things are being done aright. And at the end of the day, as the gazelle entrepreneurs continue to create jobs, make, you know, products to come into the market, entrepreneurial activities will increase. I'm not saying we should discard SMEs. That's why I put the SMEs there. So, as the gazelle entrepreneurs are being encouraged too, the SMEs doing their own part, at the end of the day, they will be able to stimulate. Like you see the little stars, they represent vitality in terms of innovation, industrialization, and I'm very sure if we actually do the right thing, we are going to overtake some other nations of the world. There was a video clip I saw about a professor at Erasmus University who was telling his colleagues, he said, if the Africans become enlightened and know that our own riches is based on their own foolishness and poverty, he said they are done for. So he was telling them, let us try to make them, you know, not to recognize what they have, not to be awakened to the good things that they have, so that when they continue to make us feel inferior, they are draining us. So until we wake up and realize what we have, then we are very much likely to overtake them. At this point, conclusion, conclusion. Revitalizing entrepreneurship requires a lot of effort, not just from the policymakers, but even among we citizens, our orientation, our mindset. And I've said before, they are more crucial than SMEs. And the government alone cannot ultimately revitalize the economy. All hands must be on deck. And then I put in some references, and then thank you very much.
Can we appreciate Dr. Akinyemi for that beautiful presentation? Before I'm going to allow even the questions, let me just even clarify one or two things. Well, of course, you are correct concerning even the concept of entrepreneurship in Nigeria. Initially, the government got it wrong. So, but I want to assure you now that yes, government is already getting it correctly. Because I remember about, I think 1 month or 2 months ago, some officials of the university, including myself, went to Abuja even to attend a training program on entrepreneurship education and innovation education also. So, and in fact, one of our members of our staff also went to US. So what I'm saying is that, yes, government have realized even where they have gotten it wrong, and I think it's time to change. Then, I also want to say that, well, it depends on the way you're looking at the SME, of course. Again, the definition and the concept or sometimes mix up getting wrong. Well, Gazelle can also be seen as innovative SME. They are the people that are actually looking at the problem in society and coming up with business solutions. And as a result of that, there's no way, once we are providing solution value, people will definitely patronize your product or service. So, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, any question, any observation, comment to improve the paper? Thank you. Okay. Dr. Awuleye and Dr. Olaolorun.
Thank you so much, Dr. Akinyemi, for your beautiful presentation. While you were presenting, in fact, when we received the paper, myself, I couldn't understand what the word gazelle mean to entrepreneurship, and until your presentation. Now I'm able to, have a good grasp of what gazelle entrepreneurs are. Now, but my question now is this: how do we classify gazelle entrepreneurs or gazelle firms? Because, for example, now we classify SMEs, micro, small, medium enterprises by maybe their turnover, by the number of employees, size of employees, and all of that variables. But then for gazelle entrepreneurs, for gazelle firms, how do we classify them in terms of that? Do we say, I don't know. So that's my question to you. And then two, how then do we what do you then suggest to the governments or to all other key stakeholders that may be related to gazelle firms? What do you suggest to them to empower them, to bring them into limelight, so that at least we can have more presence of gazelle farms in the country. Because what you said was that while you were doing your search, and then you task your search engine, when you said gazelle farms in Nigeria, you couldn't, almost like you couldn't find anything. That's what you reported. And then when you now keyed in, you just left it without putting the clause Nigeria. You saw so many things that it brought it up. So what I'm now saying to you, in essence, is that how then do we encourage gazelle farms? How then do we bring them more into limelight so that at least we can know them? They can have more presence even in the digital environment, and then some of us can know them the more, and then it can benefit the entire nation. Thank you.
It's related to the last speaker's question. Under your conclusion, you said this article is a clarion call for Nigerian policymakers and other relevant stakeholders to encourage the springing up of more gazelles. How can the government do that? How can gazelles be encouraged to spring up? How can we increase gazelle entrepreneurship in the country? How can the government do it if you are advising the government to do it? Thank you.
Okay, me. Okay, me. We want to take all the questions? Okay.
Thank you, the presenter, for the beautiful, innovative topic so far. But my own question is this. Gazelle entrepreneur, palatable, very good. But it's very good in the concept. But are you not looking at gazelle entrepreneur hampering SMEs? Because I want to find out more, because from literature in developed countries, it is an established fact that gazelle entrepreneurs are really targeted at the government sectors. They patronize government sectors, and they have the leverages from the government sectors more than the SMS. So in Nigerian context, are you looking at that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Akeyemi. And I also want to ask this. I mean, in one of these output as results, you told us that gazelle entrepreneurs are more instrumental than the SMEs, right? Are more instrumental than the SMEs. I want to know what comparison, what instruments are used to compare those the two, so that we'll be able to know that, okay, what we have is knowledge based, and that we have right position. Maybe more explanation about it, the comparison.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, thanks for the question. So I'll take the responses. During the presentation, I mentioned that gazelles are SMEs. So I don't want you to think that gazelles are separate or isolated. They are also SMEs. It's in one of the slides that I mentioned. And then one of the features that we use to classify gazelles, the most iconic feature is the growth in their business activities. It's in the paper, it's in the slides. They are known for their exceptional growth. They grow like, it should be in one of the slides as well, they grow like ×4 within a few years when the business starts. So we have articles, we have practical examples that distinguish gazelles from SMEs. And please don't think that gazelles are separate. SMEs just like the mother, and gazelles are part of the babies. Yeah, it's just that like when you have 3-4 children, you understand, you have 3-4 children and one does exceptionally well, you definitely want to take, attention. to that child. So in terms of the classification, talk about their growth, talk about their job creation. If you take example like Amazon, take example, even like this, our Jumia that we have in Nigeria, whether we like it or not, they are creating jobs, So in terms of their coverage as well, when you talk about how you come in contact with your clients, your customers. I remember some years back when we were in US, and we needed some products. My husband would say, you don't need to go to the shopping malls. Just go online, order for it. Some within 6 hours is already at your doorstep. And these people are creating jobs, and then they are having one-on-one contact. It's as interesting as if they send a product to you and you're not satisfied, you can return it back. So in terms of satisfaction, they go for satisfaction, try to satisfy clients, and by so doing, they are almost at every doorstep. So those are some, and it's not all SMEs that have that ability, to break all those barriers. Then in terms of this empowerment, you say, if you want to suggest ways of empowering, or growing more gazelle entrepreneurs, I started by saying it's a clarion call. Every nation, every community starts from the home. If we as individuals, from our inner circle, identify even our children, their abilities. I mentioned the issue of Apple. Some of these people, they didn't go to school. They were not well-read. But they had some unique traits in them. And those traits were nurtured. In advanced countries, yes, they have access to government interventions and the rest. But here in Nigeria, now we have opportunities where you can get grants, you can network and partner with people. It is very, very possible for us to still nurture the young ones. I remember in our institute, we had entrepreneurship clubs among secondary schools some years back. It was interesting to hear secondary school children telling you that they were imagining how they could devise an app that will help them to close the windows when rain wants to fall. You can imagine a little child telling you that if they leave clothes outside and they go to school and rain falls, he was already thinking, how would they devise an app or, something that when it wants to rain, something will just cover those clothes. What I'm trying to say is people are thinking. But the thing is, in advanced economies, if they hear such ideas, people will take him up. Companies, Abi. But here in Nigeria, so we need to begin to talk to ourselves. Orientation, it matters a lot. The Bible says, do not despise days of little beginning. Many of us want to make it big. But how many of us are ready to grow and nurture these little seeds? So in terms of empowerment, it's not only the government. And the government, I said earlier, they cannot do everything. We need to begin to, if I give you some information about innovations in advanced economies, most of them they came from household. How many of you know about baby strollers you see today? How many of you know about, so when I want to talk about innovation, the difference between advanced economies and this place is our mindset. You can imagine a man, because he was a medical doctor and needed to walk his baby, he went to dismantle some bicycles. He used it to just do a temporary baby walker. Before you knew it, people started ordering for it. Many innovations you see, they came from grassroots. So we need to begin to change our mindset. If I want to talk about many products you're seeing today, they were products of discomfort that some people tried to solve, and then people came to support them. So it's not only about the government. And our children, they don't need to have all the degrees. It's just for you to help to channel some of these ideas and then make it into marketable products. Then talking about innovation too, innovation doesn't have to come through professorship or many books. Some of them are inborn, talents, traits. Some of us have problem-solving skills even before you started going to school. So the only thing is when you see that and then you encourage innovation, that is actually what we need to be able to hasten our pace. Then, gazelles are not hampering SMEs, please, like I said before. SMEs like the mother. So we even have elephant entrepreneurs, which is not part of this. That's why I didn't mention. We have elephants, we have mice, you know. So the thing is, because we had been so carried away with SMEs, we are neglecting some very crucial and very instrumental personalities that we actually need to encourage. So we also need information dissemination. I was happy when Dr. Awole was saying he didn't really know much about it before, and that's part of the reason why I wanted to bring this out. There are some concepts that many of us are yet to get wind of. And some of us as parents, some of us already have this as our children, for your information. Some of us don't know it. Some of our children, they are talented already. But sometimes we just, So we need to actually begin to talk to ourselves and begin to awaken these beautiful possibilities that God is bringing our way in Nigeria. Then, talking about the instruments, talk about growth. Why you say gazelles or gazelle entrepreneurs? They are known for growth. They usually start small. That's why I said the Bible says, do not despise days of little beginnings. Many of these recipes, many of these things we see today, when you go and Google, you can see white man's history of 1820-something. You can see how they started baking bread. You can see how they started making aeroplane. That's because even this electricity we are talking about today, we have reached a level where you can walk into a room and the light just comes on. But the person that first started it went through a lot. So we need to begin to understand that these little beginnings, growing, falling, we need to appreciate them and then promote them more. Thank you very much.
Well, there are some comments here. Let me start from here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mrs. Akinyemi, for your beautiful presentation. Actually, this concept is somehow new, but I feel that in Nigeria today, we have SMEs that are growing with that rate, with that speed, giving us, according to these features of Gazelle SMEs, you told us that they have, you identify them by their ability to create jobs. They have, growth rate and their rapid expansion, and then include the sales volume. And we have some of these SMEs in Nigeria. Maybe the problem is the way we classify them. Okay, can we say Dangote is not, like you said in Nigeria, we do not have a Gazelle SME. So we do not have literature in Nigeria. Yeah. Okay. Okay, on that. But the fact is that we have some of these companies growing fast in Nigeria. But the problem is that maybe we may not be able to identify some of them. Yes, we are not conscious of them. But we have them all over. Of course, we have companies that are doubling their their profit every year. They employ more people every year, and the rate, their growth rate is very appreciable. But the point is that we still need to identify them as Gazelle entrepreneurs. Then maybe the problem of classification, we should be able to identify all these SMEs and group them under Gazelle SME. I think I'm right. We still need to conduct a study to be able to know the rate of their growth, and so that we know how to classify them at the end of the day. So thank you.
Dr. Laposi.
Thank you, Dr. Mrs. Akinyemi, for a very good job you have done. Your paper shows you really did literature review. But there are some things I would like to say to improve that paper. Let me first start from Dr. Awoleye's question. how do we classify SMEs as gazelles? She said the rate of growth, yes. In Nigeria, we do not have that classification. But in the United States of America, if a young firm, okay, let me start by saying that entrepreneurs are not classified as gazelles. It is the firm or the company that is classified as gazelles. She's quite right that gazelles start as an SME. In fact, a gazelle can start as a micro enterprise and grow to become a gazelle. So if that young enterprise has a base revenue of at least $100,000 and it can sustain that for at least 4 or 5 years, then it could be classified as a gazelle. Then another thing I want to say is about the title of the paper, Revitalizing Entrepreneurship in Nigeria. There was a statement the presenter made that I would like you to just modify, that we can use gazelles to revitalize entrepreneurship. I think you should not present it like that. What we need to do is to develop our firms, micro firms, SMEs to become gazelles. We should support them to become gazelles. The reason being that any enterprise that is started has the potential to become a gazelle if the support, the appropriate support is provided. Anybody is not qualified to be called an entrepreneur if he does not have a vision for growth. Growth is a key criterion for classifying anybody as an entrepreneur. So if at all we are going to call anybody entrepreneur or we are going to mention entrepreneurship, growth element must be there. Therefore, that is why I said every venture has the potential of becoming a gazelle if appropriate education is given to the people we call entrepreneurs. Because scholars have argued small businesses are not entrepreneurial ventures. If there is no innovation, if there is no growth, those two key things must be there. So I think the little I've said will help you, modify the paper a little bit. You have everything inside, and it is an excellent presentation. Thank you.
That's beautiful. Once again, let's appreciate Dr. Akinyemi. So thank you so much. We're going to the third paper, and that is on industrial analysis and corporate performance of quoted companies in Nigeria. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 authors, but we have one of the authors that's here, and that is, sorry, is it Dr. or Professor? Okay, Grace Ojo Emmanuel, you have the floor. Thank you.
Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Ojo Emmanuel Grace is the name. I'm a student of the Institute, and the title of this paper is Industry Analysis and Corporate Performance of Quoted Companies in Nigeria. The outline include introduction, literature review, methodology, results, and discussion, conclusions, and recommendations. The question is, what is industry? To kind of create a background on what the title is all about. Industry is a collection or clusters of firms that are related on the basis of business activities. We can also say an industry is a group of companies or businesses with the aim of producing goods and services for consumers or customers' satisfaction. We have different types or kinds of industry in Nigeria. This paper focuses on quoted industry. What is quoted industry? Quoted industry is an industry whose equity share capital is officially listed on the stock exchange. Stock exchange commenced operation in Nigeria in the year 1960. In 1977, it was named Nigeria Stock Exchange with the headquarters in Lagos State. And one of the functions of Nigeria Stock Exchange is to monitor the state of the economy, which comprises all the sectors, including manufacturing sector. Through 2000s, there was a slow production in the manufacturing sector. Why? Because of the over-reliance on crude oil export. I know Nigeria is like a mono economy, so the over-reliance affected production in 2000s. And most of the firms could not survive because they are not export-oriented. And those of them that are competitive-oriented had to relocate their factories to other countries where the business environment is friendly enough for them to operate. The next slide, thank you. According to the data that was gotten from Manufacturers Association. Okay, thank you, sir. The data that was collected from Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, between 2010 and 2012 show the output in the formal sector. In 2010, the total output was 6.84 trillion naira. It increased to 8.17 trillion naira in 2011. It further increased to 9.82 trillion naira in 2012. The report further shows that output from subsectors like food, beverages, tobacco dominated output from other subsectors, followed by textile, apparel, and footwear. Nevertheless, there was serious problem in the sector between 2000 and 2008, such that over 820 firms shut down operation, especially those firms in the textile subsector of the economy. They could not survive. And literature have it that textile firms, they are the largest employer of labor after federal government. The literature of this study was reviewed in the following lines: competition, competitive strategy, firm performance. Methodology. The study utilized 169 firms listed on the floor of Nigeria Stock Exchange. Simple random sampling method was used so that all the sample have the chance to be chosen. And longitudinal design was adopted. Why? Because the study was meant to study variable of interest between a period of time. The time frame for the study, actually, the study utilized secondary data that was obtained from the firm annual report and financial statement, because the firms, they were mandated to publish their report on the Nigeria Stock Exchange. And the time frame for the study was 5 years, between 2012 and 2017. Result and discussion. For the descriptive statistics, the mean score for firm size was 0.7083. In percentage, about 71%. The mean score for return on assets and equity was 15% and 83% respectively. The maximum and minimum revenue of the firm was 56 and 32% respectively. The kurtosis and Jacob-Barre coefficient, they were insignificant at p-value greater than 1, which means that ordinary least square model could be used for the regression equation. The next slide, please. For the descriptive statistics, Table 2 should reveal the empirical relationship between level of competition amongst quoted companies, measured by market size, return on assets, return on equity. The interception coefficient of the model was 0.1530. This represents that at return on assets and return on equity, there is 15% increment in the market size of the firm. The return on asset coefficient was 0.5854 at p-value of 0.055. And this is significant, which implies that at every 1 unit of return on assets, there is 58% positive change in competition of the firm. The same is applied to return on equity. The house square model of the model is 0.559. This means that at the level of competition of 56%, there is what is it called, radiation. There is a radiation value of 56% of the firm. The remaining 44 was due to factor error. The F statistic of the model was significant at 5%, with a probability of 0.01, which is less than the 0.05 critical point. Thus, it can be deduced that both return on assets and return on equity has influence on market size, which is significant to the firm performance. Table 3 shows the empirical relationship between competition and competitive strategy, and it was measured by company size and leverage. The coefficient of the interception was 0.7267 at p-value of 0.00. This means that at leverage equal to 0, there is 72% increment in the company size. The F statistic is significant at about 5%, and the probability of the model is 0.0174, which is less than the critical level point. It can be deduced that leverage has influence on the company size. The next slide. The last table, the fourth table for the inferential statistics, shows the empirical relationship between competitive strategies and performance measured by leverage, return on the equity, revenue, and liquidity. At P, return on equity, revenue, liquidity equal to 0, the firm will have about 97% increase on the leverage capacity. Both return on equity and liquidity are insignificant at 0.0106 and 0.033 respectively. That is to say, both of them does not have influence on the leverage capacity of the firm. But for the revenue, with coefficient value of 0.5913 at p-value of 0.1175, which means that at every 1 unit of revenue, there is 59% positive changes on the firm competitive strategy. The F statistic is significant at 5%. The probability is 0.0306, which is less than the 0.05 critical point. It can be deduced that both return on asset and liquidity are insignificant and does not have influence on the leverage, while the revenue, it has influence on the leverage capacity of the firm. In conclusion, the firms in Nigeria should encourage relatively high level of compliance with corporate governance for higher firm performance. The study also concluded that competitive strategies should be adopted by firms allowed management to compete successfully in the global market. Recommendation: corporate affairs should put in place better ways of enhancing firm through training on corporate strategies. And finally, value creation should be included in the strategy put in place by firms in the industry. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Ms. Grace Ojo Emmanuel. Mrs. Grace Ojo Emmanuel. Well, let's appreciate her once again by applauding her. Thank you. Well, the floor is open for comments, questions. Dr. Awuleye.
Hello. Okay, I think it's clear, and I thank you, my chairman, for this opportunity, and thank you, Mrs. Ojo Emmanuel, for your presentation. I am an empirical person. When I see any research that has to do with empirical analysis, I'm always elated. But then today, I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritty of empirical analysis, nitty-gritty of the sample size, nitty-gritty of the reliability estimates, nitty-gritty of all the models you presented. Now, I want to speak like a layman, like somebody who is interested in investing in quoted companies. From what you have done a lot of empirical analysis, you have done a number of models, I've seen your R squared and all of that, which must have given us some lessons. But then, I want to say now, as maybe like a stakeholder in the ecosystem in Nigeria, that I want to invest in a particular company. I was expecting you to list, say, for the categories of banking industry, telecommunications, maybe what do you call it, food and beverages and all of that. I was expecting those classifications, and then I was expecting your submission or maybe your conclusion or recommendation to point to the fact that, okay, fine, this is what we found. If you want to, from all the quoted companies relating to their performance, that if you want to invest, this is what you find out that, oh, you could tend towards this based on these factors. I didn't see that. So I just want to find out if, for me as a person, as a layman that want to invest in some quoted companies in Nigeria, what would you advise me from your presentation? Would you say that I should put my egg in one basket, probably go to telecoms from what you found out, if that is part of your work? Or do you want to advise me to just spread my investments across all the quoted companies? Thank you.
Any other question, please? Okay, Dr. Lalong, thank you.
Thank you very much for a beautiful job and for hard work done. It's just the title or the presentation I'm not comfortable with, and I think you could still improve the title on the title. The title says Industry Analysis and Corporate Performance of Quoted Companies in Nigeria. Industry Analysis and Corporate Performance. So I don't know. I'm not comfortable. I don't know. The two, industry analysis and corporate performance of quoted companies in Nigeria. You can still, I believe you can still improve on that title, the way it is structured. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay. Dr. Yibola? Okay. Okay. Okay, Dr. Dada.
Thank you, Dr. Ojo, for that, Ojo Emmanuel, for that beautiful presentation. I just have a suggestion. You analyzed the data between 2012 and 2017. I want to suggest that if you have this intention of converting this to a journal article, you may wish to
Yeah, thank you, sir. Mrs. Grace Ojo Emmanuel. Well, let me say congratulations. It is not easy to put up a paper. Well, you have done your best. But let me try from the title. As Dr. Olalorun has pointed out, I feel that you should be sector specific. That's number one. You have to be sector specific. When you bring all the industry together, industry analysis and corporate performance, well, I feel it is somehow. Then I've read through the work. Number one, I noticed that the gaps in knowledge are not well articulated. Why are we studying this? You didn't tell us why. I was expecting that you would mention it during your presentation, but I didn't hear anything in that line. Also, I noticed that your literature are very old. They are dated, and like Dr. Dada has pointed out, the papers cited are quite old. You know, more than 70% of your paper should not be older than 5 years. Although you are looking at between 2012 and 2017, please, you still need to update your paper. Then let me go to your methodology session. Now, from the main work, I saw some specification, model specification. I think this should be theory-based. You should have a theory, the underlying theory of this thing you are doing. It is not just to do some, what do you call it? To me, it looks like abracadabra, and you just come out with some results. You need to explain to us how these variables enter into this model. I was expecting that you would bring it out, but I didn't see it. Then also, a session should be created for your sources of data. Where did you get your data from? We do not have information on this. Then the definition and measurement of your variables, no information. Then there should be a session again for your technique of analysis. Then, excuse me, under your analysis, the results are not well discussed. You really interpreted them, but you didn't discuss your results. So you need to do more on this. You need to state the meanings of all these results obtained from your analysis. We need information on that. Then, in your concluding part, you need to give us a clear summary of the key findings of this work. So, then try to look at the work done before with your findings and compare. You confirm whether your findings is in line with what has been done or differ from others. Then also, your references, because I saw the work, your references, you need to look at them, and they are not conforming at all. So you need to put appropriate referencing style. So, well, like I've said, you have done well. So I say well done to you. So thank you so much.
Any other comments? Question? Okay. Well, please let's appreciate us once again. Let me again join others in commending even your efforts and the beautiful work. But just as Dr. Yibola noted, I also want to bring that one to the fore. And that is, it's important, you know, your own contribution to knowledge must be what you have discovered. It's one thing even to just present the result from the analysis, but at the same time also you speak even to that result. And as he said, then compare it with other empirical studies. So on the basis of that, we're able to see whether actually it's the same or maybe your own is more superior, or you are trying even to deviate and then you justify it. So, and that is where, of course, you are contributing even to the knowledge. You are something that is quite different from others. So that if somebody wants to start even your work now, of course, they know that yes, there's a kind of improvement. You have put the frontier from where even it has been before. So, once again, thank you so much for that presentation. We have even 4 papers, but unfortunately, I'm not sure whether the 4th person is around, and that is, sorry, just a minute. That is Uni Makinde, John Akintayo, and Kwazim Fasoye. Okay, so at least on that note, I think we can round up even this session. I once again want to appreciate and commend the efforts of all the speakers. You have done very well. And I want to also suggest that you look at all the various comments from the floor, so that if there's some that you need even just incorporate, so that by that it will improve your paper, because we don't want it even to end, even at the just level of presentation. We still want it even published in one of the high impact journals. So, and wish you even very best. Then at the same time, I want to thank the discussants, and that is Dr. Olaposi and Dr. Uyebola. So thank you very much. The organizers of the program also want to thank you, especially Dr. Awuleye, who is the scientific coordinator. So thank you so much. And yes, and every one of us, even that are also here. Well, sorry, I think I can see the director. So thank you so much. So we wish you the very best. We have done wonderfully well. The outing is superb. And so we're going to listen to an announcement, and after that, maybe Aispi want to invite us for a dinner. So thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I think at least we need to have our lunch before dinner. Fortunately, we have taken our lunch today. So, but since we are not closing in the night, we may allow you to go and take your dinner where you're going to reside. So, because, you know, and then we don't want to interrupt that. You may have a separate plan for that. But then, the announcement for against tomorrow, the parallel sessions continues tomorrow, but then we're not going to use this facility tomorrow here. We're not going to use the High City Park here. If you know Inteku, there is a small building for Inteku, which is just about 20 meters away from when you step out. There is a bigger building there, the first one before this one. That is not where the thing is taking place. It's going to take place in between the small building of Inteku, that former Inteku, if you know Inteku. In between, there is a building, there are 2 halls, Computer Science Seminar Room A and B. You will see that building to your right. It's like there's a link walk path between this section and the computer building. So that walk path, you will see the buildings, it's a single building apparently, but then we have the 2 halls there. It's painted yellow and maybe a touch of green. Am I correct? Yes, you are correct. Step B, yes, step B. That's where the place is. So we have the sessions tomorrow there. And we're going to be starting at 9 a.m. on the dot. We're not going to wait for anybody. 9 a.m. on the dot, then we're going to break again at 11. There'll be another one at 11. And thereafter, we're going to close the event. So we want to say thank you for coming. And please, tomorrow, let us be punctual. God bless you. Thank you so much. A round of applause for the session, for our chair and the discussant and yourself. God bless you.
My guy, baby, you making me feel on fire. Tell me why, oh why, oh why. Tell me why. Feel on fire. Tell me why, oh why, oh why. I like to go party with you Saturday night, so carry with you. I like it when you call me, just to check up on me. Something is changing now, I might be mistaken now. I'm holding back, defenses are breaking down. My heart's misbehaving now. Orelo, they just see me catching feelings when you don't they throw to me. Supposed to be close to me, but not that close to me. You looking at me one kind, you looking at me one kind, baby. It's making me feel one kind. Tell me why, oh why, oh why. Supposed to be my guy. Supposed to be my guy, baby. catch my eye. I'm a little hypnotized. You got me saying so, mommy.